Bon matin, Jeff. I'm Batman. Bon, ça starte ça, cette petite journée-là. Music! Bam! Intro! Good morning, bon matin, let's go Quebec! How are you doing, beautiful bastard? So, this morning, we finally start working on the assembly, for real. Like, for real. So basically this morning I'm gonna be using this tool because I grabbed that last night. Basically these are the honing tool for the cylinder. We're gonna be basically just sanding slightly the bore of the cylinder just because we had a few scratch, one in particular in cylinder number 7, so that's unfortunate, but hey, part of the game. So what we're gonna do this morning is unpack this tool and basically send it into that. So this is really a good tool when you want to deglaze your cylinder, which occur when the engine has a lot of kilometers on it. So when you're rebuilding, really useful tool. Not the greatest necessarily, but basically like if I had to rebuild an engine with over 200,000 K, which was the case for this engine, I will send that to a machine shop to do it properly. Now this morning, since we're just going to repair a small but really small scratch, we're just gonna send that in there. Most of the honing is already done properly, so and we shouldn't be erasing everything. We're just smoothing a little bit more, because basically this is scratching. The idea is that it shouldn't look like a mirror on the side of your cylinders, but more like something that is like with X pattern all the way across. So this way, if you don't know why, it's because once you've done that properly, your piston rings are going to smooth the edge of those scratch, so they're gonna bed in, and the deep part in between the scratch, well, the deep part of the scratch is gonna catch the oil. So basically the sharp edge is gonna get scratched off during the first startup of the engine from the piston ring, and then the engine oil is gonna be able to grip to the cylinder wall, creating basically lubrication. So hey, the more you know. So this is the plan this morning. We're getting that done, and once we are done with that, we clean up everything on the block again, and then we start assembling the crankshaft in it. So this morning I'm pretty confident that crankshaft should be done, so that's really awesome. After that, this afternoon we should be assembling the ring onto the pistons and then throwing the pistons in pretty much. So I might be wrong, but no, I think it's really that the order in which we're gonna be working. So let's dive straight into it. Oh guys, Jeff, if you're still there, maybe you're not there, maybe you had a call in between, but man, the Haltech released a new video about the ECU we're gonna be running for that computer. Holy shit, like chills. It's straight chills. It's so good. It's so insane. I watched that video. They released a 8-minute video going a bit deeper in the tech behind the computer. And basically what's gonna be awesome is that this engine here is gonna run on the latest tech from Haltech, and I would say even the latest tech on the market right now. And basically there's gonna be some deep learning inside the computer itself. So the longer you run your engine, the more you drive it around, the better it gets, because the computer is gonna be basically adjusting every single time. So if you're doing a pull, it's gonna look at the data, and if you do 20 pull on the highway, if you do 100 of them, if you do 1,000 of them, well, every time it's logging the data and making an average of that situation and adjusting. So cruising, mid-range acceleration, high-range acceleration, stuff like that, the computer is going to be handling that, keeping the data, and pretty much making sure the map is perfect everywhere. Does that mean I don't have to go to the dyno? I don't think so. However, it's gonna be like a really good tool to improve over hopefully the years. If that engine stays together for more than 2 to 3 years, I'm gonna be so happy with my first build. That's the one thing I'm the most afraid of. So this morning I need to check for more masking tape, because basically we're going to be covering those faces again, because we don't want, while we are doing the honing, some metal particle to drop into the water and oil passage. So we're going to make sure we are all good with that. So basically I have a bit of masking tape left right here. Boop. And I'm gonna be looking for some more. I think I do have more. I think. That's one thing I didn't think about at the hardware shop last night. The guy was using duct tape, so I mean, probably I'm able to do something with duct tape. I have another, whew, that was almost a fail. I have another left here, left over. We're gonna see what we can do with that. But yeah, honestly, that new video from the computer, holy crap, it hyped me up. Like so much. So the idea is we're gonna cover everything, then cut the cylinder hole in there. Pump, pump, pump. Yeah, I can feel we're getting to the end there. Just want to make sure we overlay them a little bit. It's not as crucial as painting, but yeah, you know, better be safe than sorry. Hey, this morning, repainting that thing. No. Basically, that's what I was saying. I think you were gone for a minute there. Basically, we are honing the cylinders, and it's just good practice to prevent particle from going into the water system, to just cover that. So I'm gonna be cutting the holes of the cylinders on top here. Then we're gonna go on with our little tool here to just bore, to hone the cylinder bore. So that's just like a way to prevent schmutz from going every fucking where. Yeah, Jeff, are you listening right now? I'm gonna repeat what I just said if you are. I know you're at your work, so I don't want to bother you with that, but if you are listening, I want you to know. Fait sens. En effet. I'm gonna assume you're listening right now, okay? Dude, Haltech just released new 8-minute videos about the computer we're gonna run on that car. Holy crap, it's gonna be Gucci. Basically, they explain how the computer has deep learning in it, and that basically it's gonna adjust itself. The longer you run the engine, the better your engine management's gonna be. Des fois non, mais des fois oui. J'espère t'écouter là. So basically, the way the computer is gonna be working, it's gonna allow us to have some deep learning in it, which mean also that as long as you enter the right parameter right at the beginning, it's gonna be, all the kit is a turnkey kind of automatic tune. It's not like it's not automatic. Basically, they create a first map based on the data you're providing the computer from all the years they have been tuning LS on their other engine management, and from that, like turbo, non-turbo, size of injector, stuff like that, they build a basic map that's gonna allow you to turn the key and start the car from running. Then the longer you will run it, the better it will get, because it's gonna fine-tune the map. So it is kind of an automatic tune, but probably I still have to hit the dyno to get a proper final tune. That's a thing I need to look at, but basically even after that, it's gonna keep looking at all the log it's getting from the sensors, and after that, it's gonna keep improving the map, like on small details like cruising and stuff like that, to make sure you're always at your best and in the target for the different parameter for those engines. So that's really, really insane. I don't know why I'm throwing that over there. So basically, latest tech with great things, and like you can build map and upload them to the Alltech website. You can also go ahead and have a technician over there look at your map if needed. Like if you have difficulties or anything, you can have a specialist to watch into it and see if basically everything's good. Log into the data and everything. That's so cool, honestly. Welcome to 2024. It's a good thing you waited for that new one. Honestly, yes. Totally a chance I did that, because it's basically in the same prices as the other one, but with like the latest tech and the greatest thing. Like the other one has a bit of self-learning, but it was more a self-learning at first on the first startup. Then you had to lock a final tune in it. This one is a little bit the other way around. It's gonna build a first map, then after that grabbing the data from Alltech servers, then after that it's gonna basically move on to fine-tuning that based on the logs you have from the sensors and everything. So over time, it's just getting better and better and better, which is crazy, honestly. So that's really, really nice. All right, let's unpack that tool that we're gonna use one time and then never use again. No, not true. We're gonna reuse that probably in a certain future when I'm gonna be building a rally car. Yeah, the other one is to have like the Holy Terminator. From what I understood, is that it's building a map so it works. It just works at first. It's just making the car run, making sure everything is in the ballpark, but it's not like going to keep everything together. Like you don't want to go full boost and stuff like that on that map. It's just to make the car run. But this one, that's gonna be the possible to like basically push it and do everything, and that's gonna be cool. And data logging, honestly, that's gonna be awesome. You can have the computer looping and having the data looping, so there is an internal memory, and when it's getting full, it's gonna override the previous logs. So let's say you have for 3 months, I don't know how much, but if you have, for example, 3 months of log in the computer, it's gonna start overriding the like 3 months ago and stuff like that. So basically, you always have your log for the last 3 months at all times. So if you see something looking weird inside Oh, there's a tie wrap. If you see something looking weird with the car, feeling weird, you can just go ahead and basically look at the logs and everything. That's gonna be a feature that's gonna be turned on for sure in the Datsun, because one thing I feel like is the most important with performance car is actually having some data to look at. So there we go. Boop. This is the tool we're gonna be using. So basically how this works is that it applies pressure on the cylinder wall, a small pressure, and these are a sanding stone. So basically we're gonna plug the drill here and that's gonna turn. There's a little bit of movement at top here so that the drill can flex without that going all the way around. Yeah, exactly. That's basically the idea. Having the info, being able to compare different stuff. I also need to take a look at something. I don't know if I'm gonna do it since the Haltech ECU seems to be doing that pretty much by itself. But my friend who has a Corvette was looking at a kit where basically you can have two O2 sensors. In my case, that will be before the turbo basically, and one for each four cylinders. So the odd and even number cylinders, so each of them has an O2 sensor going to a logging box, and that box is basically logging data from both sides, and you can compare both sides, because basically when you think of it, these four cylinders right here should be running exactly the same way as the other one, right? So at first, when you have a fresh built engine, both of them should be pretty much spot on at the same level, at the same spot. So you can basically take note of this data, and eventually during a season or something, that little data logging box allows you to compare four cylinders to four other cylinders, and basically if you see that compared to your base data, it's not anywhere near that, or if one side is really different from the other side being close to what you had, you know something's wrong on one side, so you might want to check your engine before further damage happens. So that's quite a cool thing. I'm really like loving this kind of technology and stuff, so I love the idea of having controls. And by control, I don't mean it in a toxic way, I mean just having the possibility to actually look at what's going on with your car. I want the control. Dual side. There we go. So from here, the idea is gonna be to see if this is applying enough pressure. That seems not bad at all. Need to take care. Already scratching, hey. So basically, from what I understand, yep, that seems pretty good. Cool. So what we're gonna do from now, because basically I'm just adding a bit of tension on them, but I don't want that to get too crazy. So honestly, I will even start them a bit lower in tension, because I want to make sure I'm not going overkill with that. And so I was adding a bit of angle, but I want to be able to see that scratch pretty well. Perfect. So basically what we're gonna do here is just lubricate the cylinder with WD-40 all around. Then we're gonna be lubricating the actual stone also. Put that in there, and we're gonna start drilling. For the drilling speed, what I've seen is pretty much the guy I've looked at the video from and had a really good pattern was using at the wall like this, pretty much level 1, almost full speed. Because basically you want it to scratch a little bit more horizontally than vertically. So that's gonna be what we're gonna be looking for. So I'm gonna put gloves. and I'm gonna start pretty much lubricating everything. So I'm gonna mount that first on top here, so just like that. Just like that, so that's gonna be our thing, and we're gonna be easy. There we go. Now, some say to use some properly designed oil for that, but for just a surface grinding like we're doing, apparently a WD-40 is really doing the job. Instead of buying a $40 bottle. Oh yeah, these are really good sandstone because they are drinking the WD-40, so you need to soak them. So basically, if you want to see what I'm talking about, look what happens when I put WD-40 on there. It's drinking it and it gets dry. So you need to saturate those in WD-40 a little bit. So I'm gonna go slowly. I should have started with that actually. All right, that one is getting soaked. Gonna make sure it stops drinking the WD-40 because those sanding stone basically has small cavities that can pretty much, I say drink, but that's because it's the feeling you're getting from that. It's basically like drying because the WD-40 is getting pushed inside it. Yep, now we're looking good. It's not getting dry anymore. Perfect. Let's put another layer here. It's gonna be messy a little bit, I think. There we go. And now, moment of truth. All right, I'm gonna need you to actually spin it though. What? I cannot go all the way. That's gonna be fun. All right, so it seems like I cannot go all the way through because the way the block is molded, I'm gonna have to take care of where I'm actually going with those. All right. So the mark is starting to erase. I think we're doing a good job. I think. Stressful. I want to make sure I'm putting enough of that. Oh no, I broke one tip because it hit basically the bottom. So yeah, I need to take care. And I think I don't have enough pressure. All right, that was not the ideal. I stopped in a way that it scratched when it got out, so I'm gonna put back that. Make sure I'm not stopping like this. There you go. That was a better way to stop it, so I'm not scratching vertically when getting those out. And I feel like we're pretty much good to go with that. Let me clean up the inside. So I broke 2 of the stone already, but like just the tip of it. Whew, sheesh. Yeah, good cleanup of the cylinder is gonna be required. I can still see the scratch we had. So compared to that other one, I think I'm not moving fast enough for the speed I have on both sides. So we're gonna put a little bit more tension and go back again in it. Just because I can still see that scratch we're trying to remove. It's probably better on the feeling, but yeah. Let's put a tiny bit more tension on those, and let's soak them again. All right. Now, what do you look like? I'm trying not to put some dirt on my crank because we just remove, slow down and remove at the end is better than scratching. Fair. Oh, it's almost gone. We're getting there. So you say slowing down at the end and then removing it with hand? Yeah, because I don't want to damage any other surface here, I guess, so makes sense. All right, let's go again. There we go. Now let's make sure our scratching pattern is still good. That was better, Jeff? All right. Ooh, this is disgusting. So I can still see it. Kind of feel like, to be fair, that the pads are smoothing the cylinder more than what I had with previous. Maybe it's just because it's full of Schmitz, but it feels like it's okay. It's not bad. So let's go with the nail and see if we can still feel that scratch there. Not really, a little bit. So we're gonna have to work a little bit more on the upper end there, but after that we should be good. It's stressful because I don't want to be pushing too hard, because if we are going too far, we could basically change the measurement we had in that cylinder for all the rings and stuff like that. So we're gonna make sure we're not pushing too far, but yeah. There we go. Ah, it's hard to tell when it's gonna do that. Keep doing it a little bit. See, that's what happening. There we go. Whew. That's quite a, that's not as, it's not hard, but it's not as easy as I thought it would be. And it's really making disgusting stuff and junk in there. But we have almost removed it entirely. Let's put a bit of mineral oil to clean that properly. Yep, the scratch almost disappeared right there. I think we're gonna be good with that, and the scratching pattern seems to be still good. It's not ideal to do that, and I'm gonna tell you why. It's putting, like, the cylinders are getting a bit more smooth. I don't know if you can see it. Let me try to show it to you properly. There you go. So you can see here, it's smoother than here. So that's what the machine shop did. This is what we have as a result. So I will say I prefer, from what I've seen on the internet, that one than this one. Like, this one is still good, but it's not the greatest for the effect we're looking for. So for removing that scratch, it's good. For the rest, I think we're gonna try to avoid to do that in a lot of cylinder. So I'm gonna basically look at all the cylinders and see if I really need to do that again in any other one. Cylinder 7 is maybe our weak spot on that engine, to be fair. Because everything's happening to that cylinder right now. So if I'm looking over here, I had those scratches from the piston ring, but I feel like that's not a big deal. I mean, I can feel them with the nail, so I should probably be removing them. Again, I know from what I've seen other engine build look like and stuff, I know you can basically go ahead with some of these scratches because they are going to buff themselves on the first start. However, you want to make sure they are not doing that while damaging something else, pretty much. That one we're still safe. If I'm spinning the engine over. We should be pretty much good here. I'm gonna take a flashlight out. Yeah, the honing is way stronger on these cylinders than the one we just did, so that's a thing. Probably not a big deal because it's probably still doing the job pretty well. Here we have a small scratch from the rings. We're gonna clean up and see how, once it's cleaned up, how it looks like. Because yeah, I can tell I started the rings gapping in here. I see I didn't have the proper technique. This one just on top will be like not a bad deal. Let's remove the schmutz from that one. Oop. And then we're gonna be looking at what's going on with that. There we go. So gonna clean that one, make sure the pattern still looks good, even though it seems to be a bit softer. But yeah, gloves. And we need to make sure it's getting out clean. So at first we're gonna switch side quite a lot because we are trying to remove all that. metal that is stick to the wall there. Here we go. I'll throw that there. Gonna take a white towel now to see how bad it is. Getting better. I want to make sure I'm not putting back some material in it, so I'm gonna clean the sides. Then I'm gonna move up like this, switch the towel from side to side. Am I getting caught? No, I thought I was getting cold. All right, so let it dry. I'm gonna just clean that one too quickly because I know there was some splashes. I'm gonna remove that, switch that from here to, please don't. That to here on the ground on some cardboard box. All right. Now with a dry one, I'm gonna try to make it dry a bit quicker. And see how much of a difference there is with that other one on its side. Because basically, one I will be tempted to do is the one here, founder number one, just because I see the scratch from the ring gapping right on top here, and it like I can feel them with the nail, but that wouldn't be something that I need to go too crazy on. A bit less intense, but not too bad to be fair. Definitely not too bad. All right, so what are we doing? Are we going to that one? I think I'm gonna do a little bit on this one, but like after that, I'm not touching them except if I see something really, really bad. But so far, everything looks good. So I think these are going to be the only one. And on the other side, we were really good. Because yeah, the honing, you can see that. Wait a second, I'm gonna try to show it properly to you. Actually, the best way is gonna be like this. There we go, so you can see that versus that. Like I still have the same kind of pattern, just that it's a bit smoother in the right side than the left side. So both will work. Ideal is left side here. And it's always like the little thing in my mind of, hey, we're trying to make a lot of power. Is it going to be good enough for the power, or is it going to be a deal breaker? So that's why like here I'm really unsure of what I want to do because of those little marks. Up to where are these going? Honestly, the first ring is quite low to be fair. Oh. I think I'm gonna reduce the tension on the thing and just put a slight amount of sanding, but like really not go too hard on that surface there. I'm gonna do cylinder one just because I know I can feel it with scratching my nail on it, which is not supposed to be the case ideally. So I'm gonna do it. but like only the top side of the cylinder, and really not going crazy on it. So like this, like that, just I hate it when it does that. It's hard to tell where it's gonna be stopping. There you go, can almost not see them anymore. Just a little thing that it needed. Yep, there you go, boom. So we're gonna be cleaning these. I feel like I have schmutz on my gloves. I'm gonna change them, and we're gonna be good to proceed. I'm gonna make sure the other side I don't need to do anything on it, but I really feel like that was it. Those two cylinders had a bit of scratch in them, but now we're gonna be good to proceed to next step. Which is gonna also involve a double check of the actual crankshaft to make sure we did a proper cleanup yesterday. And if this is the case, whew, if this is the case, well, we're gonna move forward. I say that, but actually right now what we're going to do also is pretty much clean the entire cylinders and short block, the bear block, just to make sure all the bearing surfaces are still in good condition. So that shouldn't be a big deal, but yeah, we're gonna do that first and then start assembling. Like I said, crankshaft end of the morning should be doable. Yep, I can still see them, but they are really in a better place there. I cannot feel them with the nail anymore. Perfect. Nice. So, like I said, let's go for a double check on this side too, just making sure we are all good. Like I can see there's a few little small thing. Oh, I didn't saw you. Barely. That's way less worse than it was on the other one. Yep, I think we're good to go. I want to keep that honing more than the one I'm doing. So, there you go. All right, let's clean that up. Gonna clean the other edge. I'm not going to remove the masking tape straight away. I think I'm gonna be cleaning these cylinders first. Put a lot of mineral spirit and stuff down there, and then after that we're gonna move to the other side. So I'm gonna remove the masking tape only at the end there, pretty much. So we're gonna redo the procedure entirely for all the 4 cylinders here, then on the other side. I don't know why I move in front of the table to do that. Now I'm gonna bring back the engine at the back. So we still have a bit of dark area there, so we're gonna make sure we're not letting anything should be coming out clean. Yep, pretty much clean. There we go. So now the towel's coming out clean. So this is a good sign. I'm gonna throw that there. that. And even if I want, I have some air in the compressor today, so I can even dry it with some air. But we're gonna be actually putting some ATF oil in there, so to finish the cleanup, just like the procedure is telling us to do. And we're even going to make sure we don't see any particles or anything of any kind in there once we are almost done. So let's keep going with the mineral spirit. So not much, a bit of a reddish tint in there, so shouldn't be too bad.
Hawkfan 727 is looking for more power for the last 11
Wait,
months.
wait,
11
what?
months. Holy unicorn, almost a year, what?
But you just subbed yesterday, Hawk. What the fuck? Okay. Wait, what do you mean it's the announcement? Like you can actually tell it again? I was like, yo, tell me you didn't upgrade your sub for one day and had to renew it today. That would suck. Good morning! Almost a year. Holy shit. Holy shit. How you doing this morning? You badass sunshine ready to kick that morning into oblivion. And I need that rock music behind. It's on the screen now. It's the anniversary of myself. Let's go! Oh, Jeff trying to buy back the fact he screwed up yesterday. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, Jeff, we did our last run on custom, me and Hawk last night. Mwah, chef kiss, except the fact that she died, unfortunately, to the last PMC we fought, but we killed 4 PMCs plus a ton of scav in our last raid. It was so good. Well, technically, she shouldn't have died to a crowbar to the face like that, so it's really unfortunate. Hell yeah! Got some setup, but yeah, we basically murdered people around RUAF and Bridge. It was so funny. I really enjoyed that duo at the end last night. Holy crap, it was good. We were shitting on people's face. I'm gonna use it there because I know I'm already going, yeah. Still have plenty of stuff to remove. So Hawk, you missed basically when I was using the tool I bought. I used it in 2 cylinders, that one and that one. Pretty much we won't be using that everywhere because I realized they are not it's not giving the same finish. Yeah, it did go well. It's not giving the same finish as the machine shop, so I don't want to go too intense with it. It did work for removing the scratch, and same thing, I had a small scratch on top here when we gapped the rings, and now everything is smoother, everything's looking way better for those scratches. But basically here what happened is that X pattern I was talking to you, so you're not looking for something like this but more like this. It is doing it, but it's smoother than that. And basically what I was watching this morning before coming to in the garage to stream is that what's going to happen with that kind of finish is that the X pattern is basically, if you were looking on the side of it with a microscope, it will have like some teeth and then some cavities and stuff. And basically on the first startup, the piston rings are going to smooth the top, the pointy part of the teeth to make it a bit rounder, but the cavities are going to stay there, which will catch some engine oil to lubricate the cylinder. So Yeah, it is for holding an oil film in there. So you don't want that to be shiny. You want that to be like really, it shouldn't be glowy. It shouldn't be giving you like any reflection. So it should be pretty like scratchy in there. And so the scratch are a bit smoother in with the tool I bought than from the machine shop. I'm guessing that someone doing that for a living is probably having a better result than a $40 tool, right? So I'm trying to get that. I'm a little bit less intense here. Not that it's not going to work. The pattern's still great and everything. It's just not a bit as rough. Yeah, a bit rough, but not too much. But like I said, I'm really looking a little bit more at this cylinder because this is what the machine shop did. So we can already see it. Let me put the flashlight on it again. But basically, you can see how the light reacts in there versus here. You can see like it's a bit smoother on the right side than here. You feel more the scratch in that speck over here. Like even if I'm moving the camera angle. So it will work, but like, it will work, but like, yeah, I don't want to be doing that in all my cylinders, knowing that I also paid for getting that done properly. So yeah, so we saved the day here. We remove a little scratch at the top here that I wasn't sure if the piston ring will catch on it or not. And pretty much, I feel like we're done with that. We are just doing the final cleanup now, and then we're moving on to the other side, cleaning that up, flipping the engine, and starting the assembly once and for all. So this is the plan this morning. So let me remove that from here. I will also clean. Okay then. There. WD-40 can go away. Yeah, it's really cool, honestly. It looks great, and like when you know actually why, like, I mean, it's a freaking hole in a metal block, let's be honest. Like, it's not like, oh my god, wow, that's the most beautiful thing I've seen. No, but the thing is, I really enjoy like watching that and knowing why it's actually like that. Like if I was looking at it and there was no meaning to it, I would be like, oh, that's boring. But now I'm just like, holy shit, that's cool to actually think of it and like know why we're doing that. It's really, really fun. That's what I enjoy so much about cars. Once you learn why you're doing something, everything makes sense and you're just sending it like you're doing that. There we go. So this side pretty much done. Gonna take the ATF oil and we're gonna be rubbing the cylinder wall one last time with that. Then we're gonna move to the other side. I sprayed one spot yesterday. I will check if it seems to have stick to the surface. I feel like it did. Yep. The places we sprayed yesterday did actually hold up, so I will be able to respray that eventually. I just need to make sure I remove every spot that are bad, and I'm gonna be able to put a second layer on top probably, and it's gonna be perfect. It's gonna blend in pretty well. I did respray a small spot on the other side to test it again, see if it's doing the same thing as here. If so, we're gonna be good to fix all those spots without waiting too long for it. So, transmission fluid. I've put some transmission fluid absolutely everywhere. So I need to make sure every spot has some, and that's gonna help us remove any schmutz. You can be sure that I will double check every single thing when I'm gonna be putting the pistons in there. So these two one in the center should be pretty clean already. There we go. Gonna take a new towel and start with the worst one, number 7. And then move on to number 5. There we go. So like I can put even more. Yeah, there's still dirt in there. We can see a bit of a dark shade on the towel, so we're gonna have to make sure we are all good in here. Yeah, you see that? That dark pattern there? That's why we're doing that. Oh hell yeah, yeah. We need to go even further than that. Gonna have to wash it 2 to 3 times probably. That one is still dirty as fuck. All right, let's keep going. Just a touch more transmission fluid. Yeah, that side is really not that great. Let's keep going. Flipping that, putting more stuff. Yep, now I'm gonna grab a new towel. And see if I'm getting anything. Yeah, I still have something there. Is that you? Yes, it's you. Bleh. I'm gonna have to do that for all of them actually. Yikes. That's the kind of thing you want to catch now. If I was to leave that in there, that will catch into the oil on the first startup and pretty much have a chance to damage something. Yuck. That's just like the residue of what we just did, pretty much. That's why it's all disgusting like that. Shouldn't be too long to catch everything, I hope. Famous last word, maybe. Ah, there we go. Pretty much done. I'll clean one again. I just saw some coffee? Oh, Le Happy Bean juice is good. Le Happy Bean juice is Gucci. Drink! Jeff losing some points on that. Giving advantage to Hawk. Nom nom. Hom hom. Worth. Nice. All right. Hey guys, I'm so sorry by the way, Hawk and Jeff. Because I've played with you guys last night, I forgot to do the stickers, and this morning I woke up like so fucking late. So your stickers are not there. I'm gonna do them during lunchtime. I swear, this afternoon you're gonna have your name on the hoist. I swear to God. I'm so sorry. But that's because of you, because I love you so much that I played with you instead of doing my streamer the homework. And I had the class also, and you know, life. Just freaking life. Let me find some excuses there. I want to make my apology to Hawk Fun 727 and Sparky 18. She's mad. She's mad. Watch out. Jeff's in trouble. Good morning, Blue. How you doing, my man? Hope you are great this morning or afternoon or whatever time it is on your side. Hey, you missed something epic yesterday, Blue. Cryo and Hog just decided they went nuts and they break the hype train record on the channel, meaning that they are also going to get their name on the hoist. That's crazy. From home today, so naturally Tarkov wants the rollback done. Nice. That's cool. Ask Jojo what he did. Yeah, ask him. You're gonna enjoy the story, Blue. It's worth. Long story short, you team killed Hawk in D2 extract with a crowbar. That was something, right? I mean, that's a really good. Jojo in D2 with the. Oh, yeah, that's so true. I want to make a meme of that. Captain Mustard being Jojo. Watch out, Jeff, don't laugh too hard in that office. You're supposed to be working. Clue me with us. Read just above blue. Our Jeff rewrite everything. Still makes your day of work way better when you're in here, just saying. Like, if you have to take care of not laughing too much, that's like a really good sign of good company while working. Just saying. I did that too, though. It's way worse than an AKM, so way worse than that. Yeah. Oh my god. And everything happened in D2. Yeah. On reserve in D2 while we were extracting just for fun. He did a melee attack trying to aim for I don't know what, and one tapped Hawk in the face while we were extracting. That was fucking hilarious and so bad all at once. There we go, we're done with that side, so we can remove that. Whoop. Whoop. No, I need to remove that. Ugh. I'm stuck, stepdad. I mean, I don't think she would have smashed you with that Red Rebel, just saying. At least not in the face. Just saying. Panic spray of crowbar. Oh, that's a shitty old spreadsheet with like 9,000 lines. Is that the one? Right, here we go. Gonna erase some stuff with just the ATF I have on my fingers. Oh shit. Rip, Jeff. Have fun, Jeff. You got this, Jeff. Think of all the fuckers pulling wires while you're doing that. Being in here, laughing, trying not to laugh, but laughing inside. I mean, shit happens, right? Oh, you want to know what Cryo started also, Blue? He started a spreadsheet for the team killed. Yeah, it does happen, sadly. Like, what happened to that engine when I scratched it, right? And the paint not sticking, right? So you see shit happens, Hawk. You have to deal with it and hit harder on life. Shit on it. I want everything to be shiny. Pump, pump. I want everything to be shiny. Pump, pump. I want everything to be super shiny so that engine will make power. Pump, pump. Not the best. I still big puffy heart you, Jojo. Oh. There we freaking go. Spin that engine. Four more cylinders to clean, then flip that engine all around. I haven't looked how those spots were looking like. We did them though, so pretty good. Actually, they look pretty good. Just Maybe we'll spray a bit of compressed air in there. I don't know why Jeff emote is bleeding. That's a bit weird. Heart are not supposed to bleed like that. Just saying. So we don't have a lot of residual stuff in here. All right, so building an engine, what have we learned? 90% of your time is gonna be spent on cleaning the actual engine instead of just assembling it. Lesson learned. You need to be good at cleanup. That's pretty much it. Only requirement out there. I feel like if I was to redo an engine build for an LS like that, I will try now to do it in probably a shorter amount of time, like the pre-assembly, just so I don't have to clean everything that much again. Also, we have to say that it probably takes so long because we had to measure a lot of parts, because most of the parts are brand new and are an upgrade, a performance upgrade, which means you cannot just send it in there. You have to make sure all the measurements are okay. So that does change the game also a little bit there. All right, so before we painted the engine, we did actually clean the cylinders, and on this side they are in really good shape. Like, oh, that one had actually, I need to say that for getting one that is a bit dirtier, but yeah, otherwise they are in really good shape. And when we're gonna be on the other side, like flip the engine around, we're gonna make sure we're not putting too much cleaning solution, because we don't want that to drip through the cylinder and unclean them. Like if they get dirty just because there's a schmutz falling in it, it's not really great. So we're gonna try to avoid that eventually. While going on the other side there. All right. So I'm just trying to remove any particles I can see with my eye in there. Pretty much good. Cool. Now I'm gonna grab the compressed air and pretty much just go ahead and clean with just a slight amount of hair the right here. Yeah. Loud noise. this voice. All right, now we know that with air, we're gonna be able to remove all the bad spot on the paint job. To redo that, we're doing that later on once the engine's assembled and closed, because I don't want to be masking taping everything and waiting for it to dry. So we're gonna do that later on, just before throwing it inside the engine, so inside the car. So yeah, we're gonna wait until all the short block is closed. That's gonna take way way less time than it is taking right now, so fuck it. Loud noise. All right, so there we go. So now we're gonna flip the engine all the way to the back face here, and we're gonna bring that towards the work table front cam. Oi. Put that straight. Dual side. And that cam here, we're gonna just turn it slightly like that. So there we go. You can see the full assembly here. I'm gonna pull you a little bit backward actually. And to the side slightly. There you go. Now you can see everything pretty well. Hey! So from here, let's start cleaning that all over again. We already did a good cleanup, so basically what I'm gonna do is just go on the different mating surface here and camshaft bearing at the bottom, then move to the main bearing here, because that's gonna be our next step. So since we did the crank, we're gonna be so close to putting that. Yes, it is pretty, right? It's cool to see that in such a good shape. So basically the only thing sad is, like I was saying, Blue, we had a paint job that didn't hold. I think there was contamination, like oil residue or something over there. So I'm gonna wait until the end to, since we want that to be assembled, I'm gonna wait at the end to pass the air blower on it, make sure that all the paint that's not stick to the surface gets removed, and then respray those parts. I've tried it and so far it's holding with a second layer. So once you remove that, it seems like the first layer of paint did absorb the contaminant in it, so that means the second layer we apply once we're back to bare metal is actually holding. So we're gonna do that, but that's gonna be for later. Schmitz. So basically that's why we are taking special care of all that. What we just saw here, that schmutz is from honing the cylinder there. So we had WD-40 dripping down here. That did catch pretty much everything. So we're just gonna make sure we are still clean. Then we're gonna make sure we are clean also on the crankshaft surfaces, and then we're gonna be sanding that in here with the brand new bolts that can hold way more power. So we should have a pretty decent level of reliability on those. So here we go, gonna remove that. So right now I'm going with dry, but I think I'm gonna go with wet stuff. And I will probably change my glove again just before getting to these parts. Basically what I need to make sure is that these surfaces are going to be dry when we install our things, so gonna dry them straight away with the other side of the towel. So I'm gonna work on one side first, then move to the other side. There we go. There, now I'm gonna switch that. Yeah, I think it's just sad that I spent so much time like cleaning the block and masking taping everything to in the end have something that didn't last at all. I'm like, no, but hopefully that's not going to be the story of the block itself, like the engine itself, putting so much time on it for it to get destroyed on the first start. That's the last thing we are hoping for. Perfect. So right now, as you can see, I'm basically working from top to bottom, because if I'm pushing some dirt deeper in there, I want to make sure I'm going to catch it later on. But I'm trying also to avoid putting paper particles in the cylinder, which I'm actually doing a little bit, because no matter how hard you try, it's going to happen. So there we go. So I'm just going to pass quick towel to grab that kind of dirt on top here. Then try to push a little piece there and there, just making sure we are all clean. Like I said, since I cleaned it just before painting, there's nothing really to grab. It's really more just a prevention right now. I flip that over to a clean surfaces, truss bearing. I think it's going to be better a little bit of that. It's fun because now I'm starting to look also at the turbo stuff, like all the hardware we're gonna need to put the turbo in it, and oh, it's so good. Feels great to start looking at that, the cooling system and stuff like that. It's really, really fun. Cool. There we go. Cool. Now that this is done, let me grab the air. There we go. Coffee, oh yeah. There, and now, even though everything's clean and I would like to just put the crank in place, next step is gonna be the camshaft bearing, because if I'm not doing them now, I won't have access to them later on. So at the bottom of the engine here, I really need to clean those, and see, that's what I just removed from that. So you really want to make sure you're cleaning those. right now. Otherwise, you're gonna have a shit time. I'll do the same with the edge of the lifter holes. Just cleaning these, making sure we are all in great shape. Center one is already way better, so I'm gonna do that. There we go. Switching towel. He who dropped watch in the toilet has shitty times. Fair, fair. That's pretty much the best way to explain it. I love that so much. Never heard that before. It's such a great way to put it. It's so, so good. And we don't want to have a shitty time, right? We want everything to go smooth like butter. That's my favorite PMC line, not gonna lie. I'm always saying that lately. Cam sensor is clean. That is clean. That is clean. And these two there. I'm gonna try to clean also the center part just slightly, just a little, to make sure we are not bringing dirt, because we have to remember this is top of the engine at the bottom there. So if there's dirt in there, when we're gonna flip it around, it could fall on to some surfaces where it's not supposed to be. So, and now we're gonna make sure we are drying absolutely everything out of that. Why am I still getting dirt in here? All right, dude. Please clean yourself up. All right, one thing I haven't looked at, and I'm just going to make sure, is that, yes, okay, perfect. The actual bearings are lining up with the oil passage for the cam, because otherwise that will mean the cam will die, and we don't want the cam to die. So hey, you know, better be safe than sorry. There we go, boom. Now again, with the not so cool to hear whistleblower, So basically I'm just making sure we accelerate the drying process so that when we're gonna be at the camshaft to install, everything's gonna be dry. Same for the lifter. There you go. Boom. Now let's go back inside. You know what? The book. So the book's gonna tell us what's the next step. So we have cleaned the crank. We have cleaned pretty much everything that we needed. Now we're gonna take a look at installing a bunch of that. So here we go. I'm gonna be at the step of plugging some holes in the engine. Dun, dun, dun. So I need to add the front. Here is already done. I have a plug on the side there to put the install press-in engine block plugs. So I have one plug on the side here plus one plug at the back. So let's do that. And that plug is gonna go straight here. So I need to grab it. I know where it is. Normally, yeah, right there. Miscellaneous bolts from the block. I won't go too close because this is dusty as heck. Ideally, I should have buy another one. I didn't think of it. I wonder, wait a sec. I wonder if that's not a part I have in my new gasket kit. I'm gonna take a look on the website. I ordered the kit, the Felpro kit, because basically I have some gasket twice. The one that I upgraded for the purpose of being powerful, and some that are just basically the normal thing that you will put on any engine. So, but the kit with the normal thing was every gasket, because it was like $200 to have pretty much everything you will need in that engine gasket wise, so that was worth. And more power. And I just want to make sure engine kit gasket sets, it's the Felpro right here. Does it have the plug I'm looking for? No, it doesn't. Head gasket, we won't use them. It has the valve cover, exhaust, intake, top one there, that, okay, it doesn't. So we're gonna be using that. I should have the oil, how is it called? Gallery plug. I could order one right now, to be fair. But mine is cooler because that one is white. What color is it in here? It's white too. Will mine is orange, way better. Because basically, look at this. I'm gonna clean it first. Front cam. Now I'm gonna be doing that. So what's going on with that one is that I have a plug. This plug's gonna block the oil gallery pretty much, but it's just that as long as the O-ring is in good shape, you should be good with that. But basically you need to make sure to push that in there, and they just recommend to change it pretty much. But yeah, should be good, because the only part that is a bit damaged is the head, because removing those is quite a hassle. You need to use a little pick. Should maybe wait and replace that. Maybe I can have one on Amazon not too long, but this is the plug in question. So basically this is going at the back of the engine, blocking an oil gallery, and it's gonna get pretty much blocked by a plate after that. The only thing is I've damaged a little bit the edge there. You can see the orange, even though it's not focusing. You got this. You got this. You got this. All right, there you go. You can see it's damaged a little bit on the sides. Well, that's the plan, to buy all of them. It's just that this is the second step in the reassembly, not true, third step. So yeah, install engine, screw in. Okay, perfect. So the screw in, I'm gonna have to find it back. But yeah, so let me just check quickly if on Amazon I can get it soon, because basically it's at the rear of the engine. Nothing that's gonna block us right now, but I just want to see. GM oil gallery plug. It's $6 plus shipping on that other website. Why is there some that are in freaking metal? I don't want a metal one in there. What the heck? I just want the classic plastic one. I'm gonna write LS. What? People seems to like them, so. Oh, it's helping you to remove them, that's why. You can pull on them. And do you have 2 plugs? Okay. But it's $50. Is it really worth? Classic Amazon, they have the weirdest version of shit. Yeah, fair, eh? That's so true. I just want the plastic. Oh, there we go. LS kit for plug. That's a full one. Nice. That might be worth it. $60, but I have all the plugs brand new. So I just need to watch which one of them I need. I need that big one for the cooling. I need that one for the oil. Is there any other one? I need one over there also. I don't think that's any sensors or anything. And one probably around, where was it? There, no, that's a sensor right here going in that. All right, so 1, 2, 3 maybe, and there's 4 plugs there. So I'm gonna check. Let's read. Flip the engine block upside down. That one is the one I was seeing there, or no, that was the one there actually. So there's actually something going there. Flip the engine block upside down. Install any and all block plugs. I don't see the chat anymore. I need to make sure I'm not twisting my tongue there. No. Block plugs. All of these are safe to reuse if they are sealing washers. If their sealing washers are in good condition, but be sure to use Teflon-based thread sealant, which is coming in today. So I think we're just gonna move without putting them. I'm gonna order that kit, and we're gonna receive everything. I have the drain plugs, all of them here. They are all rusty bastards that will look trash. And I have 3 of them, so there's 3 of them going in there. Okay, I think that just became obvious what the good decision is. So, because I'm a good guy who's doing his homework properly, I have identified my thing here, drain plug block. This is how they are right now, all rusty with schmutz and stuff. Let's order some more with lasers, so when the block will pole dance, it's gonna be a good show. My God, let's go. Block plug with laser and RGB. So when am I able to get that? Saturday All right, bye now. Do you want me to share my screen so you have basically a view of like my credit card info and stuff like that? Yeah? All right, I'm doing that. Gotcha, bitch. All right, so, because that one basically dual side. Dual side. This one here is going right there basically. Boop, and you just push that with your hand in there. And there's gonna be like a cover going on top here that's gonna prevent it from getting out. So yeah, we're not going to use any of those for now. Pretty much that's gonna be a step we're gonna skip. I don't think it's, yeah, no, it doesn't matter at all for now, because basically what's happening there is that this is on the outside of the engine. It just prevent any dirt to fall in there, but we're gonna be good to go without using that at all. So that's cool. Let's keep that there and keep going forward. So skip that step, and Saturday I'm gonna have the parts to do that. That's the only annoying thing, being a first time. I should have go through most of the steps first and read absolutely everything on and see if, like, take a look. If I'm reading something you can reuse, take a look what's the condition of it in my rack behind me. However, I did not. So right now we are a bit dealing with that. I just put a lot of dirt on that. I don't want to touch the engine block. I'm gonna switch my gloves. And so we're gonna go to step 4, which is installing the actual crank.
Hey! Hey!
Hello, Val! Good afternoon. Or lunch, or I don't even know what time it is. Because I don't care. How you doing, beautiful? With your custom sound, you know, this is the kind of sound Jeff doesn't have. Sucks to be him. So here, what we're gonna use. So here, what we're going to use. All right, Gluey, I'm trying to talk, please. Wow, I need to kill you, by the way, Gluey. We're gonna use that, the assembly lube for the bearing surface and stuff. So that's gonna be super, super good to protect everything until we start the actual engine. So that's gonna be our thing here. Why do I see a bit of surface schmitz? So I'm gonna put some new gloves. We're gonna grab our stud assembly that we need to read the instruction for, because we're gonna have a few steps to do there before actually putting the bearings and stuff, I think. So let's see. Which one are you? Ow. ARP, where are you at? Is it you? LS upgrade kit. Nope, that's my spring. Oh my god, so many boxes around here. That's upgrades, lifters. Where did I put my... I thought it was around here, if I remember correctly. Oh, that's the yoke. Not that. Too many boxes. Where did we put the actual haha lube? And with Hawk having a sound written boyfriend, like that she has to write boyfriend. Oh, I think, oh no, these are the head bolts. Where did I put this? I know I have them somewhere. I just need to find it. I know they are not here. These are the coilovers. With all that big quantity of boxes that appear here, I'm all messed up now on where the things are. Did I put that around here? Nope, not at all. All right, guys, give me a sec. I just need to figure out where did I put the new tools, not the tools, but the new hardware I received. It might be like right behind. Oh, I need to do a cleanup. Bad. Like, honestly, it's bad right now. So let's take this out. This is going over here because this, we are going to use that really, really soon. Perfect. Now that this is out of the way, let's see, what do we have here? Old parts, old parts. This is not it. This is a flywheel. We don't need that flywheel right now. Why is it even over here? Who knows? That is not the thing. Let's move that. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Why is there so many boxes over here? Are you in there, sir? Hello, sir? No, sir, you're not there, sir. Shit. All right, let's keep moving to... I'm sure it's over here. I just can't figure out where it would be, but I'm sure... Oh my God, I hate myself so much. I hate myself so much. It's not behind that. It's not here. It's not with the engine parts. It has to be at the other end there then, because I didn't receive anything else. All right, I'm mad. I'm mad right now just because I can't find those, and I need those freaking... they are not inside the home, I think. That's empty. That's for later on. That's the water pump. Oh wait, there's a box here. Is it you, Pikachu? No, it's not. Not here, not here. Are you in here? Hello? Push rods? That sounds like push rods. It is push rods, so no. These are cylinder head. Yet, head bolts, knock sensors. Gonna move that. This. That's not it. That's not it. Dude. All right. I just need you. I thought I put it with another box. All right, I want to do a Dora thing where you guys find the freaking parts for me, because oh my God, I hate searching for that kind of stuff. Are you in there? There you are. There you are. You're just in another package, of course. A package inside another package, that's why. Hey, got him. Easy. All right, now we're gonna read that. Oh, see, you wanna know how fast we're gonna be with that? We're gonna be still playing fast. Bam! That's how fast we're gonna be. I am speed. Chipper, arrête de chipper. Shipper, arrête de shipper. All right, there. That's gonna be that. ARP. All right, so if you want to know one thing on which you can go overkill a little bit, Dora sort de score. If you want to know one thing you can go a bit overkill, the ARP stuff. Basically, a bit more pricey. You're paying for the brand. On the LS, most of the genuine GM stuff are a bit at a lower cost than these, but however, for these are pretty much saying you can put that on race car and it's gonna hold. They have a good reputation in the industry, so it's a really good brand if you're looking for maximum reliability with those. So I'm gonna throw the packaging out. Gonna take that, and there's gonna be the procedure on how to put them in place. We have the assembly lubricant for those, because if we want some good torque reading on these, we need to pretty much follow the procedure and look at how to apply that lubricant, and it's gonna prevent any problem with the stud actually. So, because basically instead of a bolt, that's gonna be a stud getting out of the actual engine, and then we're gonna be pretty much drilling on top of that, well, bolting on top. We have the pattern. There we go. So, to ensure proper thread engagement and accurate torque reading, clean all threads in the block. Chase the thread if necessary with a thread chaser. We are clean, we know it's good. Clean and inspect all hardware prior to installation. Look for obvious defect or shipping damage, plus proper fit length and dimension. Perfect, we're gonna double check that. Screw the studs into the block hand tight only. Loctite may be used if a permanent mounting of the stud is preferred. The fastener, however, must be torqued prior to the Loctite setting up. We're not going to do that. I don't feel like Loctite is required. Install the main cap and check for binding or misalignment. Lubricate the stud thread and the nut with ARP. So we are not actually bolting, like we are not applying assembly lube at the bottom. The part that's going inside the engine block is going to be dry, and then after that we're going to be adding a little bit of lubricant on the nuts here and the thread at the top, so that when we are sitting our cap, it's going straight into its spot. ARP recommend using the ARP Ultra Torque Fastener Assembly lubricant that is provided with each kit, as opposed to motor oil. This is due to higher friction on the studs, as well as inconsistencies in the clamping force of the fastener when motor oil or low quality lubricant are used. Preload torque recommendation. Following the manufacturer recommended torque sequence, tighten the nuts and bolts in 3 equal steps to the specification listed below. Inner studs 60 pounds, 50 pounds for the outer studs, so the one that are a bit shorter. Use RTV sealant under the head of the bolt. Perfect, that's gonna be noted and done. So what are they considering the windage tray nuts? No idea what that is here. Windage. Gonna take a look. I need the mouse. Let's take a look. So windage tray nut. There's a LS suggested with that. I don't know what that is. I think it's the one with a skirt at the bottom. Seems like it. Not sure. All right, let's take a look to all the parts we have in here. So these, oh, okay. Yeah. So we have these 12 faces nut, and the windage tray are these. I think they refer to that surface locking there. So that's gonna be used. I think, if I'm not wrong, that means we're gonna be adding that, and there's probably like, there's way more here than there. Gonna have to take a look. Footnote, when changing from factory fastener to high strength fastener, clamping force and tolerances will change. Therefore, it will be necessary to check the main bearing bores for proper size. Fuck me. Everything's gonna be great. Everything's gonna be good. So basically what that little footnote says is that, yeah, I'm breathing, I'm relaxed. It says that I should be verifying again the clearance of my main bearings due to the fact we are actually changing the studs, which I was trying to avoid. Since we were in the pre-assembly procedure, we did that with the actual bolts, but since we are changing pretty much the clamping hardware, we kind of need to redo that. Not that long, just fucking boring, honestly. So I think we're gonna do it. It's 5 of them. We just need to measure. Oh my god, I don't want to do that. All right, so we're gonna do that slowly but surely. So let's go, because we want to just make sure. I mean, we were right into the tolerances. Like, I'm sure everything is fine, but like, since it says that we need to do it, might as well do it, right? I hate my life. Not true. I love my life. It's just, it sucks that we have to do that. So there we go. We're gonna be installing the studs. Let's make sure we have all the hardware we need. So these here, we need to check for everything being good. We need to probably grab some gloves and wash them quickly. Because yeah, basically, if you don't understand what happened, is that part of the pre-assembly procedure we did using the ARP, like using the OEM, I mean bolts, the main bolts. Basically, we measured the clearance of every surfaces here in between the crank and the bearing surface. Everything was straight in the spec for high performance, which was great. But since we're changing the hardware, it says that we should be remeasuring everything and making sure everything, because basically we're not using the same hardware to clamp everything down. So if following the procedure from ARP we are getting a bit more clamping, we could reduce the gap, which means less oil, but still we are far from the lower the lower acceptable measurement. So that's why the tolerances were, the lower tolerances was quite far. So I'm like, ugh, I kind of want to skip that, but at the same time, you know, we're there, might as well do it. So I'm gonna go on the pre-assembly thing right after I've cleaned up these. I'm just going to use a bit of mineral spirit and just clean that. Yeah, just making sure to remove that kind of schmutz, the oil on top of it. But yeah, that sucks a little bit, to be fair. In fact, I could just remove that, put some brand new one and just put them in there, and then have them go for a little bath while we are assembling the rest of it. A chance we have still some plastic gauge available here. But yeah, it's just like, I feel like it's a bit of a waste of time, because we're gonna be assembling the crank, to disassemble it, to clean it, to then reassemble it straight after if every measurement are good. And knowing it's not plastic gauge is not rocket science, it's like, yeah, the more I think about it, the more I just want to throw it straight in there. Stop! Read the instruction! Fair. Probably too much people skipping that. There we go. So this is good for a little bath. And then we're gonna move to that. So I'm gonna be installing bearing first, or the studs. I'm gonna be installing the bearings because I won't have any studs in my way. So again, I'm gonna make sure all the surfaces are clean, dual side. So we're gonna make sure everything is clean here. Normally, I shouldn't have to remove the cap on this side though, because I'm gonna be measuring from the top of it, so I should be good to go pretty much. So I'm just making sure we are all cleaned up. Here my gloves are brand new, so I can just wipe any particles there. I think I'm hearing the girlfriend leading. There we go. Now, let's grab these. So this here is number 5, I think, yeah. So I need to make sure they are dry on the back surface, because otherwise that could mean a problem later on in measuring the actual tolerances. So and also, if they are not dry on the back surface, that could mean they are not clamping properly to the block. There we go. And first of all, we're gonna be actually putting the crank on dry surface because we don't need oil. We're gonna go take a look back actually. Wait for it. I'm gonna be looking back at the pre-assembly note and procedure, just making sure that we're not doing something stupid. Install crankshaft with plastic gauge and do not use oil on any surfaces. Everything must be dry. Perfect. That. Number 4. Because otherwise we're gonna be fucking up the little reading. And when we say little, it's not that little, so it is a big deal. I'm gonna grab a new paper towel. We're getting low on white paper towel. No bueno. Is there a side? I don't think there is for that one. Just spinning it without tension did scratch a little bit the surfaces, which is normal, but yeah, just feel weird to see that. All right, there we go. I don't know why they are oily actually. I just saw a bit of paper fall down, gonna have to track that. Oh, it fell to the ground. Let's go. I'm gonna change the paper towel again because we don't want that. A damaged one is not a great one. and first one. Now, once we're done with that, we're gonna be drying the ARP bolts, and then we're gonna be proceeding to basically installing the crank and adding the plastic gauge. Here we go. Perfect. There we go. Now, am I going straight to that, or yeah, I'm gonna install the crank first actually, just because I want to make sure I won't have studs all around it that could actually damage it. So I'm gonna twist the engine a little bit like this so I have a bit more access. Put the chair away and go on top like so. Making sure I'm not dropping it at all. I need to make sure we are actually super good. Perfect. Now I can take blue towel and start putting the studs in place. So for these studs, it doesn't seem like I have the small one. So I think the kit is actually replacing them. Hell yeah, blue. Getting there. I'm just pissed a little bit to have to redo that procedure. Like, I just cleaned the entire crank, and I feel like I'm doing that for absolutely no reason. But like, if we happen to find a problem, well, let me know that I was fucking wrong. But it shouldn't have any problem at all. It's supposed to be plug and play, and everything we have in here is supposed to be straight into the tolerances. So, you know. All right, I'm gonna make sure we are doing that properly. I'm gonna remove them now that they soaked for a while. I'm gonna put them straight in here so they can start drying by themselves. I don't know if we have to install the side bolts also. Probably, I think we did. There we go. Just start pressing a bit. Like that, and we're gonna go. So let's read the instruction and stay calm. Think of it like it's just a little step towards greatness. You know, that little step testing you actually. Okay. Install the main cap and tighten them in sequence. However, do not use a hammer to align the thrust bearing surface. Also, although their installation will likely not affect your main bearing clearance reading, you should install your main cap side bolts and tighten to spec. All right, so we are not, it shouldn't change anything, the side bolts, so we're not going to put them. We're gonna just avoid that to save just a touch of time. So from here, let's install the studs, hand tight. Switch the glove. I don't want to have hands that are not dry, so I'm just gonna do that basically we are going so dual side. There we go. So this is what's gonna replace our thing. So hand tight in there. Like I said, doesn't seem like I have a different length of stud compared to the OEM one, which kind of makes sense, I guess. Oh, I'm saying that, wait a second. I have inner and outer. I need to take care of that. So where are the bolts? The longer bolts on the outside. So these ones are. They say hand tight, but you can tighten them up even further with Allen key on top. There we go. Because I see there is some that are longer with the threads, not on the distance, but with the threads. So it's probably that they all have the same length, but we have some with more threads and some with less threads, I think. Let's see. That and that. No, there is two different lengths. All right. And the one on the longest one should be the one on the outside or the inside. All right, let me see again here. Is there any more instruction? No. All right, okay, outer studs are the, if I just read the thing, the outer studs are the one with more threads and they are a little bit shorter. So that one is an outer stud. We are good. Let's go, a win. I feel like they are not super clear on some of the instruction, so I can't say I'm impressed with that. There we go. Now this is an inner side one. Oh yeah, okay, I understand why. Because the hole in the center is going deeper. There we go. Therefore, the threads are on the same height level there. I'm gonna stop the heating because it's not hot in here, but like I don't want to get air blown on all these things while I'm trying to assemble them. So technically though, that should be the only time we put these in place. I mean, except if we are removing them after that and put some we could be putting a bit of thread sealing on those just to make sure avoid any problems, since it's gonna be the last time we are assembling that and it's gonna be like more permanent, just to avoid any problem in the future. Some blue thread lock on the bottom of these, that will be good. They say we just need to make sure we torque before we actually get before it's seizing in place, and basically that just means we need to make sure that we are done at the end of the day bolting the crank in place, which is going to be the case. Actually right now, since I know my girlfriend is grabbing us a some Timmy, some Tim Horton this morning. I'm probably going to go for a longer stream, to be fair, guys. Like one big ass stream, 4 hours, something like that. We're already in 2 hours something, and I'm feeling great. I'm really feeling like we're moving forward on the engine, actually. So we're gonna be working hard today. How about that? And if that allows me to leave a bit earlier, she's gonna be happy because I'm gonna have time to run to the grocery store and basically grab us food for tonight, and even have the time to cook everything before she finish her job. How to make your wife happy, even if she's not my wife. We're not married. Dun, dun, dun. Would you think I could pay for that Datsun if I was married? Marriage could way too much. A wedding is so pricey. Better put that money into a Datsun, right? Right? I hope the girlfriend is not listening. Love you, baby. All right, there we go. Populating some studs in the engine. So basically everything should bolt straight up by hand like this. At the end, just because I'm stupid, I might probably use a Allen key just to sit them properly, like just a little 1/8 of a turn more than by hand, so that we have really some good clamping on the bottom, well, top technically, but yeah, on the engine block itself. But otherwise, here we go. Because yeah, since they say we can't put thread lock, it's probably that we should if we're planning to raise that engine, which we're gonna be doing. So that's gonna be my mindset, to focus on the fact I need to remove all of them all over again. Ugh, yikes. Because that makes quite a few bolts to remove, if you ask me. Pop, 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 pop. There we go. Half of the engine done. I'm gonna have to take my other toolbox out. I just realized, because basically these are not some six pans, some X bolt, but they are 12 pans. So that means we're gonna need some different socket to actually bolt them and torque them and everything. But they're gonna look so pretty. Oh, that's cool. That's something that makes me happy. Even though at the end of the day, everything's gonna be invisible except the side one, just because everything's gonna be closed under an oil pan, basically. That's a thing we haven't seen yet, but we're putting like the oil pan and everything. That's gonna change quite a lot of things in that engine, not gonna lie. We're gonna change the towel because I can feel that it's getting a bit disgusting. We're getting there. I can feel that they are already drying also on the towel, so that's pretty cool. Is there a package that just arrived? No, I thought I heard something. All right, here we go. Hey, last set. It's gonna be so hard to get the plastic gauge in there. Holy moly. And I don't remember if I took, I know I was in between 0.2 and 0.3 basically. No, I was just above 0.2. I was basically, the main bearing should be 0.0025 and I was in between like 0.00210, which is the end of the moderate to high performance, and in between the going to high performance to around high performance to racing. So we were like right in the range we want to be. If we gain a little bit, that's even better. If we get like closer to 0.0225, that will be perfect. But it's so hard with plastic gauge to be actually accurate with that. Like it's really, really hard to tell exactly what you're at, because basically it's going from 2,000 of an inch to 3,000 of an inch. So you just have to guess pretty much. It's just giving you basically a rough idea of what you're doing. There we go, boom. Perfect, that's done. Now we're gonna bring all the main cap here. And we're gonna be using a towel to clean them quickly. Five, four, and we remember every ears are looking at the back except the fifth one looking at the front. Because we need to remove also all the engine oil that we had in here. There. Like so, let's clean them up quickly. We just need to make sure we are dry, or as dry as possible, because we want to make sure we won't have any trouble with the measurement. I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4. I flipped that one and that one, that's why. There, that is done. So we're just removing what was left of engine oil on top there. So that way, we're just making sure that everything is gonna be well measured. So, and like so. There we go. Easy peasy. Now let's throw a bit of plastic gauge. So I'm gonna grab my plastic gauge and I'm gonna cut a piece of each one over here, and I'm gonna be laying that down on top. Plastic gauge, I put that around. I know it's around here. Here it is. And my knife is right there. Perfect. Did I have another one already started? I don't think I do. Oh, yeah, maybe. Maybe. Were you started? I think you were. Okay, razor blade here. Let's go. Yeah, boy. Well, we're gonna have to remove everything again once we're done measuring. That's the shitty part. But hey, part of the game, I guess. So I'm gonna be grabbing a measurement of the surface. Dial caliper right here. So my surface for a bearing is that. So I'm gonna be, we know we don't have tapering or anything, so we can be, whoa, I just cut one without wanting it. There you go. And we need to make sure we're not throwing that at the bottom of the engine. So that first one's gonna be on here. Pretty easy. Perfect. So we need to install that everywhere. And I just dropped a piece to the ground and it won't come up. All right. Let's grab the rest of our plastic gauge there then. Hopefully we won't do that too often. Right, now that's the tricky part. Let's put that on the easy one right here. This way. There you go. Just slightly offset there. That one here's gonna be a pain in the ass to do, so I'm gonna do all the rest before going for that one. That one's perfect. So far it's going well. There's really one that I think is gonna be annoying. Feel like that one's gonna be quite easy too. Yep. We're in a really good position right here. There you go. You friend yourself. Well, I was like, what? Why is there a ban? Who did that? Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate that. That's maybe the friend me that's gonna make that not too hard to put in there. Got it. There you go. That's because of you, Blue. You legend. All right, let's go. Let's drop the hardware in place now. Number one. We have the bearings, everything's in there. Boop. Number two. Bearing is okay. Dropping that. Number three. Number 4. And finally, with the ears looking forward, number 5. Perfect. There we go. So from now on, we will follow the procedure, but with dry hardware. So we won't put any lube. Are we? No, we won't put any lube and just go with dry setup there, I think. Let me check. Do not use Armory Alto. Their installation will likely not affect us. Okay, that's what they're talking about. Okay, so dry bearing and tighten them in sequence. However, like they are saying, if we're not putting the assembly lube on top, we might not get the proper reading. I mean, we're gonna go with it. We're gonna find out, I guess. Let's go with that. I'm gonna go and take a look at what are the actual socket I need, because when I was talking about different socket, look at these. These are like crown nodes basically. So they have 12 sides, which make them a bit of a pain in the ass. So I have to go in my other toolbox, my mobile one, I will say. The one I can carry around and find which one is fitting in there. Oh no, they are not 12 pan. No! You must be freaking kidding. I thought it was 12 pan on those. Oh, these are. Are you 3/4? That will be fantastic. No, you're not. Why is there 12 pan and why is there other thing in here? I thought I had a full kit of 12 pan. All right, that might be where the stream will end up finishing today. Wait, I have some more 12 pan here. If the 17 right there is, oh my God, I'm so lucky. Are you? Is it 16? Is it a freaking 16 12 pan? Because I have 15. I have 17. I don't have the 16 and 12 pan. What is a 16 already? It's a 5/8. Yeah, boy, we have a 12 pan 5/8. All right, we're good to go. Let's go. I didn't want to end on that. So we're gonna clean our tools. Oh, that would have sucked so much, but like so much. Now we're good to go. Front cam. So basically, when I'm talking about 12 pan and stuff like that, and why it was such a big deal, is that I need this socket to fit on top of the actual nuts. So yep, there we go. So here, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so all of these should be with that. So what is the usage of the windage nut? Oh, it's probably on top here for the panel that goes on top. Yeah, that's what it is. So I should have only like 10 of them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yep, okay, yeah, that makes sense now. So with that in mind, am I taking the time to actually, I'm gonna put some brand new gloves again, make sure we are not putting grease or anything from our dirty hand in there. And we're gonna be pretty much cleaning quickly the nuts, and then we're gonna start putting that in there. It's really the assembly lube that I'm unsure, because I want to keep that for the end, but I feel like, yeah, we're just gonna have to take care when we are doing our assemble procedure. So basically I'm just gonna go and clean these, because they are a bit sticky right now, because of what was in there to protect them from rusting or anything. It's really just a quick cleanup, nothing too crazy. I'll go on the other side. Oh, see, there's a bit of material stuck in there. There was a bit of something stuck inside that, so that's a good thing. We are cleaning these up to catch that kind of things. That's going there actually. All right, sticky. Sticky. Yeah, just feel like it's gonna be a good thing. So save by the other toolbox I have, the one I carry at the racetrack and stuff like that. So we're gonna be good to go, because otherwise I would have it will have required me to go to the hardware shop again. Because we're gonna do them right there, and with no assembly lube, just torquing them maybe just a little bit under, pretty much. They say here 3 equal steps to the specification listed below. So basically the 60 I should be doing 20, then 40, then 60, and for the 50 on the other one, it's gonna be like pretty much probably like, honestly, 15, 30, and then up to 40, up to 50, I mean. So that, or 20, 40, then 50. Because 50 is not splitting in 3 really well. And once we're done with that, we measure our plastic gauge, clean up everything all over again. Well, just the main bearing surface, then throwing that back in, and pretty much enjoying the fact that we're gonna be putting that in place for one last final freaking time. Until life proves me otherwise. Which we're not hoping for, of course, obviously. Grab that one here. No, dirt on it, don't want that. I'll grab a blue one then. So. That makes a lot of nuts to take care of. Phew. but I really love the ARP design for their stuff and everything. Like compared to the OEM bolts, and even if it's in the engine, it shouldn't be rusting. Everything is coated, like great looking and everything. Like you have quality parts in hand, and that it shouldn't cause any trouble. You shouldn't have failure from these parts. That's pretty much the most important thing to remember here, is that we're looking for the most reliability out of a powerful build. So therefore you want to put some trustworthy parts in there. You don't want to throw your money at some random company that you never heard about, because that could end up in a poor little shitty story. Just like a crowbar in Jeff's hand, pretty much. Hello, Jeff. Love you, Jeff. There you go. Perfect. So they are drying right now. So let's start them on top. So I shouldn't feel any resistance from those. So one thing cool is that they are all the same size. I don't remember if they were before, but now they are all the same size. So that's gonna be a cool thing. So basically not putting assembly lube, the only thing that could result out of that is that maybe they will tell me they are torqued a little bit before, which I'm okay with, to be fair. So worst case, we have a bigger gap, but like it shouldn't be out of range. We should be pretty close. So I still feel we're doing that absolutely for no reason. Dual side. I still need to keep in mind, better be safe than sorry. And they say to follow the same procedure as we were with the normal hardware. So it's gonna be like 1 to 10 on the center, and then we are going to do 1 to 10 on the outer side. So basically 11 to 20. Come on. That one I won't be able to go all the way down. There we go. So now with that done, torque wrench, and starting to move up to the spec we are expecting to reach. So that means I'm gonna need my big ass torque wrench, because this is a big ass socket. And my big ass torque wrench is over there, because I switch it from one place to another. I hope it's starting. low enough for me to use it. It's starting at 25, so we're gonna go at 25 first. Yep. So 25 is gonna be the first measurement we are able to do actually, so I'm just going to make sure we are pretty snug in there. So it's gonna be 20, 40, and then, so let's go front of the engine like that, to make sure I'm not putting on that actually, like this, like so, let's go. Oh yeah, and at first, it's gonna push down. Yeah, one thing I haven't done properly now is that I need to make sure it pushes down everything to the bottom actually. So that's a bit useless what I'm doing now. I won't be able to torque them because I need to send them all the way to the bottom. If I'm not reaching the mating surface, I'm probably not going to be able to tighten them at all. So I need to make sure I'm all right, that's a bit annoying to do. I will need like just a small big ass ratchet. Just need to make sure it's sitting at the bottom basically. This one seems to be. Actually, maybe from here, I could be just using that. That's gonna help. Instead of forcing like a crazy motherfucker. That, hook to that. I can feel when I'm getting there. So basically what I'm doing right now is closing the gap here because I will torque forever if I was not. So I'm just taking care of that. Trying to apply pressure on both sides. I'm gonna remove that because I'm afraid of smashing it. So once it's gonna be close and starting to tighten into the torque wrench, like here, I'm gonna stop because I don't want to torque that. I just want that to be sitting against that. Like here. So now we can go ahead and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So from there, we're gonna go up from 25 to 40 for the second stage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this is why, guys, you want a really good, reliable torque wrench, because these are some super precise things. So super important to have something reliable. And now I need to go up to 60, so that plus 10. There you go. So first stage done. Now I'm gonna make sure you see how much we gain on those bolts. I'm gonna make sure they are sitting down, and I'm gonna do the same thing with these, and it's basically the same exact pattern for the outer bolts. My 5/8 socket is almost not long enough. That's crazy. So we're gonna start at 25, then move up to 40, and then 50 for that one. So let's go all over again. I'm gonna remove some strength here. So 25 right there. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then moving up to from there to 40. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And finally, final stage up to 50. Was really 50? Yep. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. There we go. So now, like they said, the side one should not be adding or removing anything. However, I will take a look if I have a 12 pan for those. We might just put them because they recommend doing that. But at the same time, you know, if we don't have a 12 pan for that, we do have one, so might as well. We won't have something going low enough, so like I have a 10 mil in that big ass box, but like format, but I don't have something in the smaller format, right? No, I will need basically right, that's a bit cheaty because basically my torque wrench doesn't go. Oh well, it's 20. It's 20, so not true. I can go at 20 with that. So let's do that. So we're gonna put them on the side, and like we remember on these ones there is no required pattern. And on the final assembly we're gonna be putting some RTV some RTV sealant just to avoid oil from getting sprayed out from there, like oil fumes. That's what they recommend to do. Yep, ideally I want to do that only one time, so we're gonna make sure everything is perfect, right? That's the mindset to have when building your engine. Make sure that you will do it only one time, ideally. Make everything so you think it's gonna be only one time, because nothing's guaranteed with those. But at the same time, if you're taking all the time in the world to do that properly, you might be all right. Oh, the lunch. The lunch is here, guys. I just heard a girlfriend coming back. There we go. Now let's go down to 20. Like the minimum is 25 here, but usually you're okay with going lower a little bit than that and have it there. It's still clicking, so that's good. So we're not stripping anything. Hungry Vento, hell yeah, always. That's my secret. She's here. All right, be right back. food. We got food. Nom nom. All right. I just did that one, right? Yep. Oops, wrong side. There we go. And now we eat. And a brand new iced coffee. Let's go. Win. So after finishing eating, we're gonna be disassembling everything. Imagine we will be done with all that. It will be installed like properly to its final position if it was not about having to remeasure everything. Yep, I see happy bean juice. Potatoes are so good. Rectification. Fried potatoes are so good. So, right now, we're gonna make sure the measurement of all our main cap are good. Once they are measured, we just clean what is left of the plastic gauge out of the bearing surface and everything. We're gonna remove the crank one last time. Then we apply assembly lube every freaking where, and we are just assembling that once and for all. That's gonna be sick. Oh, and not true entirely, because we're gonna remove the stud and apply a bit of a blue thread locker on them, just because it says Loctite may be used if a permanent mounting of this stud is preferred. The fasteners, however, must be torqued prior to the Loctite setting up. So, that's chill. Getting there. I'm sorry, I hate to eat on stream, but I'm hungry and I want to keep going. Let's put the lo-fi loud noise. That's the exact reason why I'm doing that, because I hate that idea of people hearing me nom, 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 give me that Tim Hortons. I hate that so much. That idea, no, 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 thank you. I hate ASMR in the first place. Like, I'm not judging. No, I'm actually, no, not judging people doing it. I'm judging people listening to it, like watching that. Like, I can't, I just can't. It's bothering me so much. It just makes me angry, okay? So it makes me angry and I don't want to hear about it. So the thing is, if I'm feeling like I'm doing that, ooh, I'm Tim Hortons. My precious. Loud noise. Whew, that was good. All right, let's start disassembling. Oi. All right. So right now what I'm gonna do is actually remove all the side bolts, putting them aside, and then we're gonna proceed to remove those center one. Using probably the same technique we used earlier. Like during the pre-assembly procedure. To avoid the chance of throwing bearing our main cap away, we're gonna just leave the outer edge, the outer bolts still thread in a little bit, so that should be avoiding any chance of throwing that to the ground, which is, you know, a big plus. There we go, 5 of them. To make sure I'm not pushing on the crank. Ugh. Just gonna give myself a bit of space. There we go. And now, from here, we're gonna loosen up all the top bolts. So now we can actually flip that and just go ahead with that. Actually, I'm not going to use the torque wrench because I don't really like using that thing. I will use an actual breaker bar to do it properly. There we go. Sorry, I touched the cam. And now we're just going to pretty much do that. This. Break them all free. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. So basically right now, the entire stud is trying to get out on all of them, I think. And that was for sure going to happen. It's okay. I've seen worse than that. Oh, that one actually is unscrewing. All right, let's loosen up. It's gotta be better on the right side, right? That's what I like with 12 pan, even if they are a bit less of a casual thing to see, is that it's so easy to just have that in the proper angle to do your movement. Because basically you have twice as much position possible than normal bolts. There we go. So from there, we're gonna remove pretty much everything, starting by the center, and see if we can get all the actual nuts out. Seems like a yes so far. And if not, well, the stud will come and that's all. Worst thing is that we're gonna have to split that on the workbench afterward. But hey, part of the game. I'm not worried about that. That one has been a half and half. Yep. So that's why I'm gonna give it a little snug with the Holland key on top, just to prevent that from happening if we ever disassemble that engine in the future. And the thread lock also, because it's just a bit boring to work with something that's not staying in place at all time. There we go. There we go. Now, other side. This one's coming out. part is unscrewing, then it's getting back together. So I'm gonna leave them there. Idea is to keep them in place so I won't throw that main cap out entirely. So I want to make sure I still have a bit of thread there. Yeah, they are not stick together. Ah, I bite the tip of my glove there. Yeah, that's not too bad. Perfect. All right. There we go. So now with that done, let's grab two extensions like we used to do, and we're gonna pop them open. They are here. These are the extensions I was using. So basically we want to do that, do this, and just pop them up. So basically the way we are doing that right now with those notes, these notes on top, we prevent the cap from going away, because that happened on the first pre-assembly procedure and that sucked. Exactly when we were doing that actually. So that's really not cool when that happens, so you really want to make sure everything's gonna get out of the way. Here I need to go this way. There we go. So with that done, that means we're gonna be able to just go ahead and finish removing these. I'm gonna clean up a little bit here because we're gonna need space a little bit. That I just need to be able to put basically my thing in here. Let me just do that, and that. There we go. I cut myself a piece of paper, so I'm gonna be able to measure. So now I'm just doing this. Ah, you got covered. So this I should be able to put everything in here. And then we're gonna be measuring how much the plastigate got crushed. Then I think I'm gonna take one more safety measurement, not measurement, but safety measure for the assembly here. I did dry and clean the back side of the bearings for the engine block, but not for the main cap. So I'm gonna be probably cleaning that as well. So removing the bearing cap from the main cap, and then just cleaning the backside to make sure we are dry on dry. So this way it's gonna prevent any danger of the bearing slipping and basically spinning a bearing, which means engine rebuild time. What we are doing right now, so we don't want to do that again just after the first start, right? There you go. So now, number one, I can already tell you it's perfect. Just by the look of it. We have experience now, so just by the look of it, I'm like, yep, that's exactly how it's supposed to look like. Well, still a bit safer to look at it, I guess. There we go. So you probably don't see that. Let me show you. Seeing it being taken apart is so sad. So basically, here we have the mark in the bearing shells, so that's what we're gonna be measuring. So let's do it. They look all the same, so first of all, that's a really good thing. Now we want to be somewhere between 0.002 and 0.003 ideally. So we are a bit larger than 0.003, but a bit less than 0.002. So if we are going into our book that has a shit ton of shit on top of it, shitty shit, pre-assembly procedure, it's the first few pages right here. Main bearing, moderate to high performance. It should be, the tolerances at the top should be 0.0021, which we are probably pretty close because we are in the 0.002 something. And high performance to racing, we can go up to 0.00275, so almost 0.3. I would say we are closer to 0.002 than 0.3, yep, by quite a lot. So I would say, my guess will be we are around 0.0025, something like that. So we are in the high performance range. Even maybe just a little bit at the lower part. So we are pretty much straight into the high performance range here, which is great, because that means we're gonna have enough oil flowing through those bearings. Yep, all the same and all looking straight in the spot. Yeah, so basically I was right. We could have just go ahead and assemble that. Now we are sure, so we won't have that little question in mind. Were we okay? And now what I said I will do is also remove these ones here, these bearings, so that we can dry the backside of it also, since we have disassembled the engine and everything. So we're just going to take you see there's a bit of a moisture at the back there, so we're just gonna take that out, making sure that everything's great. So I'm gonna do one per one, just making sure that everything is staying at the same position, because you don't want to mix basically the bearings from one place to another and stuff like that. So we're just going to remove that moisture there, make sure that everything is super duper dry. Same up the back here. Exactly, Boo. You got it. That way we are trying to make that engine act as it should, and even better than it should. You know what? This is a possibility, by the way, eh? Going to the dyno session and saying, hey, I'm supposed to make around 15 psi of boost to get to 600 HP at the wheel, and the guy might start it and at, for example, 12 we are getting there, and I will be like, wait, what? And he will be like, well, you built a solid engine, my man. And I will be like, hey, hey. But this is like honestly a possibility. Like, not a big possibility, but it is. So everything is now dry. I'm gonna put the number 1 at the back there. Let's move to number 2. So I don't see any more. Yeah, we're all good there. So again, let's remove the moisture at the back. Because spinning a bearing is the real last thing I wanna see on that engine. That will suck so bad. Again, I will repeat it for those who wants to understand if you were not there before. But when I'm talking about spinning a bearing, is that like assembly there. So this part plus the part in the block, they are like sitting here, and then the other one on top there, so it's making a circle. But basically there is a spot to feed oil in there. If you spin a bearing, what that means is that the entire assembly there rotate on itself, blocking the oil gallery going, like the oil passage going to pour oil on that surface to make it slip well. So basically you're seizing the bearing in seconds. So having that happen in your engine is basically you have to open it and rebuild it, which is not great. So that's why we're doing all that job to try to avoid that. And of course, the more power you have, the more chance you have for that to happen. So we're chasing power. We need to make sure we're in the right range of everything for that set power. Do that, make sure my gloves are not wet so that when I put that back in, it's gonna be right there. Second one done. Third one, the truss bearing, the one we're gonna have to smash with a hammer when we're gonna be done with it. That one is stuck there. Gonna start by removing that then. Plastic gauge goes poo-poo. There you go. No more plastic gauge in there. Perfect. I changed the towel just to be safe. Don't want that. Don't want to do the same thing I did with the rod, the connecting rod, where a chunk of metal went straight onto one bearing surface. That sucks. There we go. Now let's push that out. Ugh. Yep, moisture. And probably there is moisture, like oil going behind that a little bit. But until the first start, since you're clamping everything when it's dry, it's probably super hard to get there. It's really probably when I washed that with mineral spirit. This is a solvent, so it's going a bit everywhere really easily compared to oil. So that's probably going to stay a bit more dry than right now once the engine's gonna be running. Also the heat is going to avoid any any condensation technically, so yeah. Yep, super happy I'm disassembling those, to be fair. Just looking at them, it's not looking that great. And I'm removing a bit of dirt. There we go. It's crazy, I can see a difference in color basically between the one I already cleaned and the one that we are cleaning, about to clean. Go. Oh yeah, I need to check also for something for my class tomorrow. Ideally, if I have time today to do that, that will allow me to pretty much stream all day long tomorrow. But if I'm not, I'm gonna have a bit of a trouble because I'm gonna have to probably skip the afternoon. I'm gonna see how tonight's going. There you go. This is clean. Just a second one. Just a second time, just in case. Last one. Maybe I will put that one. And after that, we are removing the crank, putting that here, cleaning it up, basically removing the plastic gauge we just put on it. And then we're assembling that once and for all to never be disassembled until the engine died. There we go. There we go. So number 5 now done. Put that here, like so. What's up, Lump? What's up, my man? Hope you're doing great. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We are actually having a wonderful day in here, so that's pretty cool. I want to reach close to the piston assembly today, so we're doing a huge push. Hell yeah. We had a few I was adventure, not even adventure. We just had a few like moment where basically we found out we had to redo some stuff we already done, which sucks a little bit, but otherwise we're doing really great. So right now, guys, let me maybe at everyone will work. I'm not sure. I don't think that works here. Let's grab that big thing. Target user needs love too. Fair. All right, so we're gonna take that out and clean that up one last time. Make sure everything is in great condition. So everything was pretty much already cleaned, so we're just going to remove the plastic gauge from it. So that's gonna be it, and then we are going to seal the studs once and for all. All right. So we won't go nuts with it. We're really just going to focus where there was plastic gauge and make sure that all the surface is clean actually. And then we're gonna put that back, well, seal the thing and put everything back in there. So one thing interesting is that you want to lubricate both surfaces. So if you're about to lubricate just the bearing in the engine, actually you want to lubricate the bearings in here to make sure that there is no places where there is a dry surface, because dry surface means you're gonna have pretty much like friction that could damage the engine. The surfaces, it's crazy, right? That is made to handle so much power and revolution, but it seems like all I'm saying is like if you're doing that, like just adding 1/3 of a turn too much, or if you're just pressing that a bit too much or sneezing on it, you're gonna destroy your engine. It's crazy. It always feel like no matter what like you're doing, you have to be super careful. And that's kind of the key to the success of that. Treating the engine just like it was about to blow up, and then it's gonna be cheering up with a lot of power. It's gonna be smiling with all the horses in it. My girlfriend loves horse riding. And I'm like, yeah, but you just have 1 horses, not 600 of them. And she's like, you're so stupid. And I'm like, yeah, yeah, actually, I am. There we go. So all the surfaces are good. All right, progression. So I've done that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Perfect. Whew, we're getting there, guys. So now let's grab that, see which one it is. I'm guessing that one. So bringing you back here. So basically what we're going to do is find which one. Looks like that. Hell yeah. So we're gonna take that out. And pretty much what we're gonna do is lock those threads once and for all, and make sure they are clean also. I see a bit of towel on them, so might use the air on all of these. There. Am I doing 4 at a time? That will be good. Just allow me to have a bit more space on the workbench. So like I said, we don't want to go too strong on those, so we're gonna take care. There we go. The air is now ready. I want to make sure I'm not spraying towards the engine. And now we're gonna read actually on the thread lock how long we have until it is dry. I think it's plenty of time, but just make sure. Full cure in 24 hours. So we need that to be locked in the next 24 hours, okay? We should be okay. So let's go ahead and apply that. So long threads on the other side, small threads towards here. Nice. Nailed it. So applying a bit of thread locks on these. So nothing too crazy. We're just going like that. Just a little bit of blue thread lock to help it stick in. It just did what I thought it will do. Right, let's clean that. Part of it was super liquid and the other one not that much. Let's clean the over in there. And that's just on the side going into the block, by the way we're doing that. There we go. I'm gonna try to shake it even more. Oh, for real? I didn't know that, Jeff. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, now it makes sense. The liquid is better. Perfect. Now it makes more sense, the texture I have. This is what it should look like. So you can let it go into the threads. You don't want to apply too much. When you're gonna be threading, it's gonna pretty much seal that. So longer thread, we said outer side. Yeah, even there I had too much. So we're gonna be cleaning the surface there. Leave some on top plate or something, it won't glue, it will dry up. What do you mean on a plate? Leave some on a plate or something, it won't glue. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Oh well, the more you know. That was the Did You Know Chronicle by Jeff in chat. So it is actually not drying with air. Cool to know. All right, so small threads now. Just a touch. There we go. Small threads again. So I need that one. I can put a little more because basically I'm pushing that deep. If I remember correctly, work with the absence of air. Yep, makes sense. I mean, it's made to go into threads where you are basically not having a lot of air or anything, so it makes total sense what you're saying there. So just like that, plenty. You can just start screwing that in place. And basically the fact, you see how it goes all around there? That's basically why you're going with just a small amount on one side of the threads, because basically that is going all around it while you're threading. There we go. So that was one done. Let's remove second row here. Push that there. I'm gonna spray air on them too. We see that we have a bit of dirt on it, so the main cap was probably a bit dirty. No big deal, that's gonna be trapped in there anyway, but yeah, we're just gonna make sure we are all cleaned up. So with that said, let's blow a bit of air on those. Why do I have Indiana Jones song in the head? In my head. That's gonna be us in a mission to avoid the police with the Datsun. There we go, everything cleaned up. I'll fuck it up. I thought I was going to the deep one, so I put a bit too much on there. Just gonna do that. There we go. And also you should be putting a bit more at the bottom than the top, because this is where it's gonna go. Oh, we were almost good with no over left. Almost, but not there yet. Small one, so that one's gonna go deep. There we go. That's the other long thread. Try to transfer some on that one, because that one's the small threads. Up. You are looking good. Mm-hmm. Oh, lump. Last night, after you all crashed me and Huck, I keep going for 2 more raids, and basically the last raid-in custom, we smashed some people up in around the bridge. It was so good. I had 3 kills for setup done right there on the bridge. It felt just good. So right now, I think, if I'm not wrong, I'm at around almost half of setup done already. And I'm 3 kills away from Shooterborn to be done. That should come out just like that. And if you think this is looking good right now, wait for it to be assembled. Oh, that's gonna be cool. So halfway through doing that procedure there. That's cool. Let's blow the air on those. There you go. They're gonna grab right away the second one going there, because that's the one I can apply a bit more thread lock, which is great. These are the one holding most of the tension there, I'm pretty sure. Just the way we are torquing them, they have a bit more torque. Basically these ones, the middle one, are really the most important one. They are set up deeper into the block also. Almost perfect. We still had a bit of an overflow there. There you go. Right, so now we have 24 hours to finish that. If I'm going slowly, is it better? That's really pretty good job done. So here, that was a pretty solid one. Solid attempt at making that bolt perfect. There we go. Gonna throw that away. I want to make sure I don't put any blue schmidt somewhere. That allows also the bearing surface to dry a little bit before I will apply the assembly lube, so making sure I won't have any mineral spirits contaminating the assembly lube, so that's good. It's cool because I see a bit of contamination, like paper towel stuff and different thingy like that, and we're removing that just by blowing air on it. It's really easy, just a safety. go. All right, let's keep going. There. So far we haven't made any mistake. Good. Was looking again to make sure I didn't mix up some bolts, but no, we're all good so far. Let's keep going this way, right? Oh, that's the perfect one. We got one almost. It's not perfect, but almost perfect. Like there's almost nothing spilling out of it. So that was an appropriate quantity of thread lock on that bolt for it not to spill out. Not that it matters because we're just pretty much cleaning that, but yeah, you know, in my mind. Oh, that one didn't loosen at all. There you go. Last bearing. That's cool. So that. All right. There we go. That's pretty much done. So now, time to put that in there. Let's start with one of the big. There we go. After that, I'm gonna blow some air onto the bearing surface here to try to dry them a little bit. Ooh, another one that's perfect. Let's go. That one is really actually perfect. Let's try that again with that last one. Oh, that one is gonna be a bit too much, pretty sure. Yep. Oh, maybe not by that much. Yeah, just a touch. But almost there. Almost got that perfect there. There we go. That one that we can put way more. All right, so the last thing I'm gonna do, it's not in the actual procedure, but I know a lot of people, like drifters, are usually building that engine to hold like high revs and stuff. And what I've already read about those, what people were actually doing is just going ahead and adding a touch of tension. You don't need to put a lot. Like pretty much when you're putting that together, like when you are torquing them, they are going to try to turn, but people are just going ahead and adding that little poop, just like that, just so it's a bit stronger than just with your hand. So you're sitting them right in the spot where the threads are happy. So that like 1/8 of a turn is just helping a little bit. You don't want to go crazy, you don't want to apply a lot of pressure. It's just sitting them. Make sure that you didn't miss with your hands, like that there was a half a thread left. Here we go. There we go, boom. Everything's sitting to its spot now. Everything's happy, looking great. So there we go. Now with the compressed air, we're gonna go ahead and just blow that on here. Again, just making sure we don't have anything that's not supposed to be there. Oh, I need to take care because I'm blowing the actual thread locker away. Cool. So that just helped making sure we don't have particle laying on top of these and everything like that. So we are all clean. Now let's undo what we just did here. So we basically blow away a bit of thread lock. So we're gonna make sure we are all clean with that, because that's not ideal. We don't want any thickness to the mating surface, because otherwise that could cause a mismatch problem or misalignment or stuff like that. So yeah, there we go. Now let's go back to the procedure and make sure we are right where we want to be. So all the bearings are done. I'm gonna switch my right hand glove for a brand new one, because now I'm gonna need to apply and brush the actual assembly lube a little bit. Into a recess in the cap, preventing backward installation, finger pointing in second. Make sure each shell is fully seated with the edge flush. Also ensure that your main cap locating dowel are in place in the block at this time. Only certain engines have this, for example LS7, not our case. My dog is woofing because there's someone delivering car parts. Probably Amazon or something that is here, so I know it's for me. We love that. So with that said, time to apply our assembly lube. So assembly lube, pretty easy. Just going to do that. Like I said, I'm gonna put another glove, a brand new one, just because we know we're gonna be wiping that around on the bearing surfaces. So let's make sure we are okay. That, I'm gonna give you a better point of view, guys. They're like so and like so. This is what we have right now. Blue, it's the final moment there where we're gonna actually be putting that and not disassembling it. Holy moly, crappy, shitty shit happening. that assembly loop. Oh, gonna shake that. During engine assembly, apply to internal parts like bearing, camshaft, valve turning, piston rings, bores, bolt thread, and similar parts. Also work in transmission, differential, and driveline components. Wow! Perfect. So now with that said, maybe applying some like that. We need to be generous without going too crazy. I don't know if that's my favorite engine lube so far. I had another one that was maybe a bit better for what I was doing actually. Seems to do the job. I feel like it's a little bit liquid. Like too liquid compared, usually it's more like a gel or something. Probably still have the other one I was using. I'm just curious to compare them. Where are you, engine lubricant? Here's one, here's the second one. Yeah, the bottle, yeah, it was that was not a full synthetic one, so it was a Lucas oil, and I just went for something that people were saying was better. So we're gonna trust people and apply that. So let's keep going. So that I'm gonna make sure I'm pretty much putting the same amount that the other ones were putting there. That's a tough place to reach. There you go. So basically you want to make sure all the surface is having some. There we go. Here we can go a bit crazy on that one because we have also the sides to lubricate, because this is the truss bearing. A little bit too on the side. So that is what is going to protect our engine until, and all our assembly until we are ready to, ooh, that was too much. Until we are ready to fire it up for the first time. That's crazy, right? That's basically on what we're gonna be relying for that. It's almost easier to just put it on my finger and then go down there. That's what she said. Wait, what? That was looking a little bit more like a paste. I feel like the top part of the bottle was not as great. Still going to do the job plenty. There we go. Looking amazing. Maybe I can put a bit more here. Anyway, when we're going to torque down that, everything's gonna be like splashing everywhere. There we go. So now that we're done with that, we're gonna do the same but onto the crankshaft and then the other side of the bearing, so right around here. So let's go with that. Basically we just want to go ahead and apply around here quickly, just making sure it's not dry. And I'm gonna need towels for when I want to clean my hand a little bit. So there we go. Assembly lubricant everywhere. I don't want to put everywhere, you know. I don't want to be spinning that because I don't have a lot of space right now. I'm gonna go like this. Try to clean a little bit. Lube it, baby. That one is hard to reach. I'm gonna have to trust the bearing a little bit more on that one, but I'm not too worried about it. And then the last one at the, whoa, I put way too much. There was a big splooge. So that one at the back here, actually it's the front one here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So bearing surface is done on the crank, so we can now install the crank on the engine and then do the main cap when we're gonna have a bit more space, which seems to be quite a good idea. What you think? What y'all think? So let's throw that inside the car. I'm gonna clean the non-bearing surface here at the back. Gonna clean that disc a little bit, just, you know, to make sure. There we go. Let's throw that inside the car. I'm gonna switch you on here. All right, there we go. There we go. So now that's gonna be spinning freely, and all I have to do now is come back to those and go ahead and like so. Just putting that together. I want to make sure I'm going on clean towel. That one, don't forget, it's the truss, so we're gonna put also on the side. proper assembly lube everywhere. And the fifth one. There we go. Everything is wet, which is exactly what we want. And now we are going to throw that inside the engine. Womp. Womp. So, just to make sure. So front, we are always looking at the back except the rear. So everything is left side. Perfect. We're gonna do that. It's happening! We're putting apart for the last time. Here we are. Truss bearing going in place. Number 4. And finally number 5, looking at the front of the engine on those ears. So number 5 is going on the right side, all the other number are staying there. Let's go! So, here we are, setting everything to its place. Now, that's where we're gonna be following that sheet right here way more. So the ARP stuff. So what we want, screw the studs into the block, hand tight only. We did that with just a little squeeze more, but we did that. We put some thread lock like they say we can use to install the main cap and check for binding or misalignment. Everything is great. We also remeasured everything. Lubricate the stud threads and nuts with ARP lube. So right here, what we're gonna do now is instead of using our assembly nut, assembly lube, we're gonna use that is especially designed for this part here. So this is going to go right on the top edge there. So what I'm looking at, it's kind of a paste that's gonna help it get the proper measurement. So I'm gonna apply some on the threads. So it's gonna help us get the proper measurement for basically torquing down these nuts. Hey, got him. So I know people are just going around like this, putting some. It's fun to have watch actual people over the internet building engines that made thousands of horsepower. So you know the technique they are using, you just see that getting applied on a real racing application, and like you can just imitate them. Even though you're not catching every details, you are at least knowing a little bit more what you're doing, just like now. So basically using my glove to just put some assembly lube all around these so that we can get a proper torque reading. And you don't want to put too much, you just want to fill the thread quite well. And we're gonna apply even some onto the actual nuts, because basically you want to remove, what this is doing is removing resistance. We are removing resistance from the thread to thread, from the basically the stud to the nut, and this way the reading for the torque measurement is gonna be better. Because what we want to do is clamp that to a certain amount of force, but we don't want to be too crazy on it, and we need good measurement for that. So this is what this will provide. There we go. And the last 4 was to go around the engine, but that was a bit useless. There we go. And also, you don't have to be worried about that lubricant getting inside the engine. It's made to get dissolved into the engine oil once it's gonna get hot. So that's one thing also that's pretty cool with those kind of product. Basically, on the first start after an engine assembly, we are supposed to let the engine run for a certain amount of time. I will have to verify what I'm saying there, but usually from what I understood is it melts, right? Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, it's melting. Basically, we're supposed to let the engine run for X amount of time, let's say 20 minutes if we don't have overheating or anything happening. And then once we let the engine run for that amount of time, we then flush the oil and put some brand new oil in it. So usually that means we are going to get rid of most of it. Then you flush the oil after the first the first 1,000 kilometers, something like that, and then you get rid of the whatever was left in there. So there we go. So pretty much what we're going to do is just throw some on the side of it and start threading that like so, and we're gonna do that for all of them. So at first, yeah, we're gonna have that the first flush, then the second flush gonna be not so long after we assemble the engine, because basically you want to make sure there's nothing left. And also since we're gonna have a magnetic drain plug, we can also check if there's any wear happening too fast in there just by metal chunk in the sump or something. Usually we should have some, because the bearing's gonna basically bed in, the piston are going to bed in, stuff like that. So at first there should be a bit more debris in our oil, but it should get rid of it really, really fast. There. Yeah, it makes sense. Like, you put brand new parts in there, of course they're gonna have like to kind of mate with each other, so they're gonna have to basically bed in, and surface is gonna have to like get together and build a bit of wear before getting fully ready. That's why you have actually on a lot of cars, not anymore really, I think on brand new cars, but you used to have a break-in key like range to run before being able. On performance cars, sometimes they were telling you to drive 2,000 or 5,000 kilometers before hitting anything higher than that amount of RPM. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think even some brands did actually limit the tune. There is still, okay, I know, I think Toyota and some other company like that, the engine's already braked in, and you don't have to be pretty much road the engine. But like, yeah, I know there's still, but I think there was even companies having like super crazy sports car. Like, I don't want to say something stupid, but I think the Challenger Hellcat or something like that, something from Dodge, was actually locked until 5,000 kilometers. Then you had to, once you reach 5,000 kilometers, you had to go to the dealership to get the actual power for your car, because they knew people were going to go too crazy on them right at start. Like they had like 600 HP supercharged thing in there, and basically I think they were locking the actual car to make you do the 5,000 kilometers like on a restricted tune. And then they were updating the ECU once you were going back with the 5,000 kilometers done. Which makes sense, honestly, it's not that bad. Like, it's not like they are saying, we don't want you to get your power. They just help you basically not void your warranty with that. Just going like, yeah, do your thing properly, like break in the engine properly, make everything good, and then come back and we will unlock the power for you. That's cool. I personally think it's cool. Like, I'm okay with that. Because there's nothing worse than giving someone, and people are stupid, so if you're giving someone too much power and telling them don't use it, what do you think they're going to do? Of course they're going to use it. That's how people works. It's just like also the oil. I don't know, Jeff, if you know about that, but like now in Toyotas and stuff like that, the small cylinders, they are using oils that is so thin, it's crazy. Like in the last few years, 520 was the new standard to the 530. Now it went to 020, and now you can have, what is it? It's 08 or 012, something like that, for brand new Toyota engine. So the oil is almost like water when you're flushing it. Yeah. It's crazy how good. So like honestly, the warranty are not worse though. Like how good the materials and the engineering is now. So you can use something with low friction, low resistance oil that is actually keeping your engine alive. It's crazy. I really think it's amazing what they are doing with that. Like in that freaking old GM thing, because that's a 2003, but the design of that engine, let's be honest, it's been like out there since the 60s, 50s, something like that. So like the pushrod V8 engine has always been there pretty much, and we are going to run some 20W50 oil in it. Then you have Toyota with 0W8 or something like that, which is totally crazy. All right, guys, we're ready to torque that down. Let's go. So I'm gonna remove my gloves because they are full of shit, and I'm just going to see if it's going to its place. Just doing that. I'm gonna use my big ratchet to just push it to its spot if I find it. Yes, it's right there. But on new car there's so much no heat from the motor that the heater is really long to kick in on winter Toyota. Yeah, fair. Because low friction and everything, like, but that's what keeps your engine alive. Managing the heat is the worst thing. It's not the worst, but the hardest thing to basically get in a car. Like that's gonna be a thing with the Datsun, managing the heat of the big V8 in there. We already had proof before that it was an issue. Like the old V8 that was in there, one of the sensor was going out because of it was overheating. Apparently it was still a thing even in the car the engine was coming from, but like, you know, that says a lot. His Corolla all winter, yeah, fair.
Hello there.
Hello there, who's that? Jamal, welcome welcome back. Hope you're doing great, my man. You are right on time to see the first part getting assembled once and for all in that engine. We're making progression. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Mine is great so far. I'm supposed to take a break on lunchtime, but the girlfriend bring me back a lunch, so I had no reason not to go and keep going on that engine, which is pretty amazing. There we go, time to torque. So from now on, what we're gonna do is use the torque, and we're gonna go like we did in 3 steps for each one in the same order that the manufacturer is recommending. So that means 10 bolts at the middle first, then 10 bolts outside, then the side one. The side one we're gonna apply a bit of RTV sealant so that we avoid oil leak on the sides. So let's go with the first part being 25 pounds, and I'm gonna put my sheet there just so I can keep track of where I am. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now we go up to 40. So plus 15 from here, there, and we go back in the same order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So one thing I want you to notice is how I'm not trying to go fast on it. If you're doing some torque wrench like this, basically when you're pulling the handle, you want to go quite slow. Like not so slow, but like slow enough so you're not pushing too far before it had time to click. So you want to make sure you're really taking your time on that. Now I'm moving up to the 60 feet per pound, and I'm going back on the same one again. So see, I'm going in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And since it's the final assembly, I'm gonna go ahead and just verify all of them just to make sure. Same order, just double checking. It's the final time I'm touching these bolts, so might as well make sure that they are all to their spot. And even there, I'm gonna just make sure my measurement was good. It was good, perfect. Now, other side. So we're gonna start at 25. Gonna try to go at 20. One, two. Cut once kind of deal, don't want to come back exactly. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Then let's move up to 30. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And final stage at 50, which is pretty much spot on, even stronger than what we were doing when we measured those last time. Oh no, it was the head bolts. The head bolts, we were at 40 something. So yep, there you go. So the 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And just for the sake of it, again, click, click, boom, click, click. I gotta keep going into the same pattern just to make sure I'm not missing one. There we go. Main cap in place, we're missing the one on the sides. So I'm gonna go there, lock it there at 20. And put the 10 mil on top of it. That one, those ones actually, we're not putting at all any lubricant on the side. So lubricate the stud, thread, and nut. Then install the nuts onto the stud and tighten them hand tight. Following the manufacturer recommended torque sequence, tighten the nuts and bolts in 3 equal steps. So we just did that. Now we are going to install the sides with the lubricant. Where was it said to apply RTV? Oh, there. M8 side bolts, 20 pounds. Use RTV sealant under the head of the bolt. There we go. Clappers. My pleasure is yours. So, RTV all-purpose. I'm not sure that's the right kind of RTV for that one. Let me check. Household and automotive application, so it should work. I'm just trying to find what kind of surface. Upon curing, which occurs when the product is exposed to the moisture in air, the silicone forms a tough waterproof, blah blah blah. I'm gonna check what I have other than that here. I have some red gasket RTV. That one I trust it even more because this one is going higher, so I bought something for no reason there pretty much. "24-hour to take place, perfect." That was the right stuff I was trying to find also. Gonna have to go back to the shop probably eventually, but that's no big deal. What time is it? Time flies and I don't even look at it. It's almost 3, damn, that's cool. My day is going great, I love it so much. All right, so here I'm gonna take out the old gasket. Oh, it's still in pretty good shape, perfect. So, oh, that thing is smelling strong. This is what we're gonna use as the RTV sealant. So this one here, I'm trying to see if I have more details. High temp application, gasket maker and sealant, temperature up to 344, blah blah blah. So this is going to be perfect for what we need it for. So we're gonna apply that just a tiny bit. I'm gonna put some gloves again because this thing is a little bit disgusting, not gonna lie. And it's thick, it smells strong. Not exactly the thing we wanna have on our bare hand. All right, boom, gloves. Boom, 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 gloves. There we go, bolts. Suck it, not suck it, suck it. And from here, we're gonna apply a bit on each of them, one by one, and install them in the block. 10 to go. That's way too much. Well, I'm saying that's not that bad. Actually, not that bad. I'm gonna do that. Send it in there. So really what I'm doing, if you want to see a little bit better, it's just taking that like this, applying that under the bolt, at least trying to, then pushing that to the edge. So that way, when we're gonna screw that, it's gonna create basically a gasket right under the surface of the bolt, which means no oil is going to get through that. And that is a win. I put some on the bolt. and on the socket and absolutely everywhere. There we go. One last for this side. So I'm just applying that like this, making sure we have absolutely an equal bead all around. Yep, that's gonna be sealed, I'm pretty sure. I think I'm doing a great job on those. So let's keep going. Now I have a few more to do. Maybe I could 5-at that by doing that pretty much. Hey, that's big brain. Now I have access to all of them on this side too. There we go. I'm gonna do the worst one first, so I know it's gonna be the bad one to do, because it's a bit more in a restricted space around there. There we go. Ooh, that was a bit too much, I think. Look, it's really making a beautiful gasket right at the bottom with a slight edge, like a slight angle on it, so that when it's gonna get crushed, it's gonna really fill the gap underneath the bolt and have a bead on all around it. Yeah, it's really making a beautiful gasket around the bolt, so we're not going to have oil. At least we're hoping we won't have any oil leaking from there. But it's a GM motor, so at some point oil is going to be spilling all around that thing. It's doomed to happen because that's what they are doing usually. There you go. And there's no reason mine's gonna be any different than any other GM engine. Right, so one plug there, one on the other side, and the plug at the back. That makes sense, plus the big ass plug there. Cool, so we're gonna receive that Saturday, those plugs for the block.
Loctite everything.
Yeah, that's not Loctite there, but we used some just earlier for the main stud with the ARP kit, but yeah, pretty much. With a GM engine, it's pretty much gasket maker everything. There we go. Now we can tighten them up in place So let me clean my socket there. But yeah, Jamal is pretty much that. 40 pounds of boost. Yeah, nah, I don't think the piston and rod are going to accept that. If I upgrade them one day though, that could be a thing. I'm not looking for 40 pounds. That will be insanely too much. Like legit way too much. That. So we're going straight to 20 pounds, which is not that much. Oops, wrong side. That's done. Like I already said, there's no sequences for these ones, so we are good to go how we feel like. Important thing being not to forget any. All right, that one was not fully tied to its spot. Hello. Hup. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we're talking. Here we are with a crank that is properly installed. Congrats, we did progression today. Quite a lot of it actually. So we have that in place once and for all, with all the lubricant and everything in place, everything super clean, super dry behind. So we did a solid job on that, guys. Good freaking job. Front cam. Dual front. Let's go. So what will be our next step to see if we're starting that now? Because I'm still like down for something. I just don't want to go too crazy. Fuck! We forgot something. Fuck. And that's why you take time to read twice. I just have to untorque the top. It's really not something crazy. I just have to untorque the top, then sit it at the first amount of torque, which is like the first 20 pounds, feet-pounds, and then with a rubber hammer I need to hit the crank backward then forward to sit it in the truss bearing before torquing it all the way down. So it's really not that bad, it just sucks. The only thing being, I think I need to remove the one on the sides. Because basically if the cap tries to lift up, I don't want them to receive the weight. And we did that before. It's just that I completely forgot about it. I was too happy to finally put that in place. That's a proof that I'm getting tired after 5 hours of streaming. No shot. So yep, we're gonna do that. I mean, it's not that bad. It just sucks that we were done and I have to remove that. Part of me is just willing to like loosen everything. Oh, let's do that. Nah, I need to make sure it's sitting by itself from the front. I need to remove the side bolts. Come on, get out. My fingers are sleeping too much. So well, shit happens. There you go. In front of the people in here, I will have to remove a bunch of stuff. Basically, I just saw the picture and I was like, fuck. Because I knew we won't have to basically do the entire procedure with the torque angle, because with the ARP you don't have angle torque to do. However, we do have to do that to sit it properly. Alright, that sucks. At least it's not the entire thing to disassemble, 10 bolts to remove, and then we are good to go with just what we have in there, just loosening everything again, and then we need to go back at it. One good thing, we're gonna see how the sealant was applied. Hey, that was doing a pretty good job, wow. Probably gonna have to reapply some more. That actually did a pretty cool gasket down there. Si c'est vrai, yup. Oh well. It's okay. I'm missing one. Alright, let's stay focused. You have to be worried about bear. And to be fair, when we were searching for, I don't remember what clearance or what stuff to do on the engine, at some point, basically, I think it was at the wheel tolerances at the back here. At some point, a guy was saying he forgot to do that, and people were telling him that, like, it was probably not that bad, but it would be better if he had the chance to do it. But he had the engine all back together, just not in the car yet. So they were saying, yeah, because basically that position will eventually affect also the piston position and stuff on the bearing surfaces. So, and we measured everything for that clearances. So yeah, better make it perfect. Won't take that long. All right, that's done. Now that this is done, let's grab the breaker bar and just remove, just like loosen up everything on top here, and we're gonna be good. Breaker bar that was put away here. All right, guys, we got this. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. I was following too much the ARP stuff, basically, that's why. Because basically on their stuff, they are not talking about it. They are just basically avoiding to have that written by saying follow the torquing sequences of the manufacturer, but the torquing sequences involve that, basically. Hey, we're gonna get good at doing this. There you go. So that one is done. All right, here we go again. Just practice, yeah. All right, 20 pounds to start with. So we're gonna go at 20 pounds. They were saying 15, but our ARP is saying 3 equal stage. So I'm gonna go at 20, and then we're gonna smash that, and then finish the procedure. 1, 2. I'm good to count up to 10 now. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Now we need to smash the fuck out of it. Nailed it. Now, to be fair, it's not a big smash. It's really just basically what you want is to make sure the crankshaft is forward. So proceed. Use a rubber. Hit the crank rearward, then forward with the rubber mallet. So we just need to go rearward one time and then forward one time. Just like that. That's the only thing we missed in all the procedure. And that's just because there's a slight plane there. So we're just making sure to push all the plate at the front, because this is how the standard are to assemble the rest of it. And then when it's gonna basically start spinning, it's gonna realign itself pretty much. But now we need to torque it down with that measurement in place. That's it. That was just it. So now let's keep going up to 40. So 30, 35, 40 right here. In French now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, et 10. There we go. And now up to 60. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh. 9 and 10. That one torqued a little bit more, I think. Had the feeling that, let's see up to what did it torque. No, all right, we're quite in the range because we are not 5 more, so we are still in the range. Perfect. Revalidating everything. So that's, come on, stop. Oh, I was able to add a bit more on that one. See, that was worth checking. Lemon squeezy, easy peasy, yelly hell yeah. So let's do the other one, 20 again. So now it's just straightforward procedure. That was the only thing we were missing. Up to 40. Four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and now up to 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's do that one more time. Torque, torque, torque. There we go. And now the sides. Sides, I'm gonna go and reapply even more RTV because I feel like we could have had a touch more. And I see now how it reacts in there. So the way it reacted, I feel like I'm able to push even a little bit further. Go. Two more on this side. There. That's cool. Now let's do the same tricks we did with that. Going like this. So now we have access to those ones. And we're gonna do the same thing. Dual side. Honk. There you go, guys. Boy. Stop grabbing my thing, youngster. That sounded weird. Just realized that. Don't mind me. I'm broken at this moment of the day. It's fun to work on an engine, to be fair. Like, even though we had some small incident and stuff so far, we are doing great, I feel like, and it's really an enjoyable moment I have doing that by myself. Before ending the stream, and not so long because I'm feeling the energy going down, we're gonna check what is the next step, but I think it's assembling the piston ring, and that's gonna wait for tomorrow, that's for sure. But yeah, basically what I was about to say is I need to show you guys the update of the computer that's gonna be running the Datsun. It's so good. They released a video of 8 minutes. We won't watch the entire thing, but there's a few features that are just so good. All right, there we go. This is done. Now torquing that. That was my shoulder cracking. I'm old as fuck. All right, let's put that to 20. And then we're finally officially done on that. Holy crap. Please tell me it was the last time. It has to be, right? It has to be. Last one. There we go. There we go, baby. Heck yeah. So we just got that finally in place once and for all. Let's make sure we didn't forget anything. Front cam. Front cam. There we go. So we did torque that, smash the shit out of it, then torque to the sequences that was mentioned and the torque mentioned by ARP. 10 millimeters outside are done. 15 feet per pound, but they are saying 20 in the air, so we did that. After that, assembled piston to connecting rod done. So everything is already done there. All right, determine piston ring clocking. A, B, C, oil ring, expander end gap, rail end gap. Okay. So I'm gonna have to take a look at this. Okay. Yep, that's gonna be for tomorrow. Some high performance LS piston with a short compression height, have an oil ring groove that intersect the piston pin bore. No, we don't have that. Not on our side. So basically we're gonna be running quite a standard thing. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be about installing first of all the third ring, the lower one, then it's gonna be about moving up to the top one. So tomorrow we assemble everything that's on the bench right there, and then after that, let's see, the crank turning tool, we don't have that, but we have a trusty bolt at the front. Connecting rod bearing already in there. We just need to lube them up with what we have. with the assembly lube right here. So there was connecting rod in there. During engine assembly, apply to internal part like bearing, camshaft, valve, piston, rings, bores, bolt thread, everything. So yeah, we're all good with that assembly lube there. After that, everything's seated good. We're gonna be lubing the crank, turn engine on stand and turn crank to bottom dead center, and we're gonna be all right. Cool. Yep, so basically tomorrow is gonna be piston install day, so that's gonna be quite fun to do, I hope. And yeah, we're gonna basically push our piston straight in place, and once we're gonna be done with that, what is the next step? Is it already putting the oil cover? Crank position sensor, we don't have those yet. Oh, that's gonna be the short block install. Then we're installing the camshaft plate like we did. That's already done. Then timing gear. After that, it's gonna be the oil deflector under it. Then oil and oil pump. That thing's gonna move quite fast, to be fair. Perfect, cool. All right. Yep, great job today. That was cool. All right, you want to see the money? You want to see that engine management system I was talking to you? Let's go straight on YouTube. Like I said, we won't watch the entire video because I think it will be too much a little bit. But let's go to the Haltech channel. It's too good to be true. And it's Cuddy who's doing the video also. He's a guy that we see quite a lot in Modi Car Mods. So that's pretty sick to see him talk about what's gonna be our engine management. So there we go, gonna put the volume a little bit.
Exciting to share the all-new Nexus Rebel
so beautiful.
LS engine management system and the terminated wiring hub. What the Rebel LS is and what it is not. Then this won't communicate. And to get your Gen 3 or what's in the box, or firing engine.
Let's go straight to
a breakout for the drive-by wire.
So basically, as you can see, we use the same kind of connector here when we did the extension for the light harness at the front of the Datsun. These are some Dutch connector. Haltech is really love working with those. So that's pretty cool. And basically, the entire harness is terminated with those that after that breaks into the actual GM connector. So that means on my side, if like I have a sensor on the GM engine, it's gonna connect to just a small part of the wiring loom of that. And basically you can buy, if we are upgrading in the future, let's say for Gen 4 stuff and things like that, like drive-by wire or something, we can just replace that short part that they are going to sell on the side. So basically when you ordered, you're telling, okay, I have a Gen 3, it's gonna be drive-by cable, blah, 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 and they send you everything you need to run it. But if you're making modification in the future, you can buy only the small parts you are changing, not the entire thing all over again. That's really cool.
There's an injector or a breakout to provide
different
drive,
injector.
Because you could have any alternative engine sensor that wires directly to the Rebel.
So that's going to be one thing we're going to have to do.
And an M18 by 1.5 weld-on bar, so you can fit the oxygen sensor into the exhaust system. There's also an M14 by 1.5 air temperature sensor and an aluminum weld-on, so the air temp sensor has something to screw into. But wait, there's still more. There's also a breakout harness allowing the use of the Gen 4 oil pressure sensor and map sensor, as well as the speed sensor found on the T56 manual transmission.
That's something for us. So that's gonna be really cool, plugging straight into the transmission to have the speed sensor communicating with the ECU, so the ECU knows what's going on with speed and stuff like that.
And of course, a couple of ring terminals and an isolator boot to safely supply power to the whole thing. The beauty of this breakout system is that if you want to add drive-by wire to your Gen 3, normally
that's basically what I was
and
saying.
away you go, neighbours. There's no need to be cutting into wiring harness. The Rebel and one to suit the Gen 4 engine. In your engine, would you need to grab N3 or LS, and the Rebel LS is the
So basically what we see here is that they have the Nexus R3, which is basically $2,000 something. I think it's $2,500, and you have that Rebel LS for $1,500. So there's like $1,000 in difference, and you're like, what the fuck, they are the same. But basically, no, they are not the same. What he's about to say, and just to make it short, is that they reuse the case just to lower the cost of that unit here. So the internal is different, but they just basically use the same kind of like the same design, the same box and everything, just because it was easier, it was cost effective, because they already had that one available. So if you're just rebranding the top sticker here, well, GG. That's pretty much it. That's what they did basically. So that's lowering the cost for us to pay.
ability to configure it's a little more less with dedicated inputs and outputs that don't require configuration and work as intended right out of the box. Every wire in the harness is labeled and configured in the software.
That's
so
the
there's
money
no
there.
chance of a setup or a configuration problem. There's simply no need to be spending hours working on a pinout or assigning pins and functionality in the software. Just read the labels on the harness and plug them into the associated device, be it injector 1, coil 1, or the coolant temp sensor, for example. Having dedicated inputs and outputs has allowed us to keep hardware and wiring costs down, allowing us to pass that cost saving onto you. But we know that if you're putting an LS into your project car, there'll always be a level of customization. So we've included a configurable 25 amp output, 5 digital outputs, 4 digital inputs, and 2 analog inputs. These are user configurable and extra to the inputs and outputs required to run the engine. That's more than enough to be dangerous, if you want to be. Now let's take a look at the ECU itself. It looks a lot
I have
like
to take a dive into that geeky part of it, but basically when we are talking here about all these things, I need to look what is the difference between the digital outputs, inputs. I guess that inputs is like you're bringing signal to the ECU, outputs it's the ECU sending a signal and stuff like that. But like basically that's really, really nice, because I have the idea that I can probably make the OEM speedometer, the odometer, work to give my appropriate speed on the gauge. But for that, I will need to take a digital outputs from the ECU, sending a signal of voltage, low voltage or something to an Arduino, and spin basically a stepper motor to turn the actual speedometer to the right spot, because basically on my car it is like a mechanical gauge, so it was a cable connected to the transmission getting spun by a small gear in there, and that is what is giving the actual speed in the gauge back in the days. So it wasn't as precise as a digital gauge, but I don't want to be going that way. So yeah, that's super interesting for Real Blue. That means I might be able to say, hey, on pin 35 of the connector, I want you to send a digital outputs that is basically my speed, and from there grabbing that from an Arduino. And I'm not a pro in Arduino or anything, I never use them. I know it's something that I'm interested into, just never took the time. So that might be a first project, basically turning digital inputs for the Arduino, but basically an outputs from the ECU into a signal to a driver that will drive a motor, and a small electric motor spinning just like 6 inches of wire into the gauge to make it display the right amount of speed, because basically if I'm doing that, I can, whatever is the signal I'm receiving from the ECU, that will mean I can put the right parameter for into the Arduino code. So if I'm saying at 100 kilometers per hour, the computer is sending 3.2 volts, well, I can take that input into my Arduino and say, hey, at 3.2 volts, well, spin that stepper motor up to that amount of RPM so that it displays 100 kilometers per hour, and I will be able to fine-tune my speedometer to be actually accurate. So that's pretty cool.
Extra to the if you want. Again, we've done that to keep the. About the only visual difference is the use of screw terminals over the
Yes,
Shore
I am.
connectors found
I'm
on
a
the
car
R3.
geek.
Shore locks can be a little hard to come by, so we've done this to just make it super easy to use. On the
That's gonna be how
transmission
we're
side
gonna
of
be
things,
connecting that.
the harness includes the electrical connector for the T56 speed sensor, but you could run any manual gearbox or mechanically shifted automatic like a Power Glide or a Turbo 400. We will be adding support for popular electronically controlled transmissions in the future, and they will integrate with the current harness system. The Rebel of the popular hand
there you go.
communication
That's also the
network,
money.
which
The
allows
streamer deck.
communications
The
with
stream
all
deck.
of the popular.
Look at this. It's a stream deck, but for cars. I want to put one so bad in the car. And if these PD16 here were not that pricey, they are just so pricey. The street deck, oh, that's so good. That's actually a sick name, the street deck. I love it. But yeah, basically the PD16 here that you see, and that's other geeky stuff, this is replacing fuse and relays in a car. So no more fuses, no more relays. Due to that, you have 16 channel and you can control whatever you want with it. In the Datsun, $1 of these could control the entire car, like lights, flashers, stuff like that, because this is what's up with the car. We have a 12 relay in there, but basically this is what it's doing, and basically you could control wipers, lights, whatever, name it, straight from your ECU with that box added to it. So this is wild, but it's not like to a small price, but it's replacing basically everything. If we have trouble with the fuse box we made and we had to hack, maybe we will go for that, but it's a bit pricey. It's over $1,000. So I know I'm not at like, I put way more than $1,000 on the car, but it's still $1,000 more, and that hurts for like something that can be still working with fuse and relays, right? But basically with that box, I could be probably removing everything, even in the engine bay. The 3 small modules that I still have, they could be gone. So that will be like behind the glove box or something, and nothing else in the car. That will be so cool. But yeah, the stream deck, I'm really thinking of integrating that, because basically with that, what can happen, go baby go, by the way, the one here, but basically you can have let's say a street setup, like milled racing, or just performance setup and racing setup. So on just a button, you are changing the configuration of your computer and making it run to full power. So street one could be low boost, like nothing crazy going on. Second one could be high, like mid-level boost with launch control, for example. And last one could be high boost, launch control, and flat foot shifting, let's say. So, because that's something the ECU can do, the flat foot shifting, so you can be all in on the throttle pedal and just press the clutch and switch gear without releasing the throttle pedal, and the computer is gonna take care of shifting gear properly.
Popular Haltech CAN devices like the IC7 Dash, the
Go,
8
baby,
and
go.
15 button keypads, the power distribution modules, or the PD16s.
What he's not saying so is that you need to get a CAN bus hub to split, that's the best face, to split basically the loom and have all these working. So basically that means a $200 module before integrating the street deck. And
In fact, you
yeah,
can
so
connect up
that's
to
like
4
adding to the cost of
PD16
it.
units, just like all of the Haltech products. and have the entire car, including headlights and taillights, controlled through the engine management system. This would avoid the need for external fuses and relays.
Yeah, that's
As for the
basically what I
software, in a
said.
Haltech First, there's a setup wizard that runs when you first go online with the engine management
See the
system.
money there?
It asks for a little information about your particular setup. Then it builds the fuel and ignition maps, as well as makes setup changes depending on the configuration. It'll ask things like what variant of engine you're using, what's the compression ratio, what camshaft are you using, what injectors, which coils. Basically asking to let us know which components are in play so we can build the closest tune file for your combination. Then there's just one more step. Hit the key and she'll run, ready to hit the road or the track. The Rebel LS ECU is equipped with advanced long-term learning, which allows it to monitor the air-fuel ratio, the ignition table, the knock detection feedback, as well as the idle quality, and continually make adjustments in the background. The longer the engine runs, the better the tune-up gets. Of course, you can go online with the Nexus NSP software and make tuning changes just like you're used to with the rest of the Haltech range, but there's certainly no need to. The setup wizard takes care of it all. And lastly, the Rebel LS is compatible with the Haltech Connect app, which will be available later in the year.
That's
this app
cool.
allows you to monitor.
Basically, they are already making the thing working with a feature they were planning in the near future. That's amazing.
Monitor data in real time on your smartphone or your tablet, as well as make tuning and setting changes like adjusting your rev limit or your launch control RPM. It'll also allow you to check or clear trouble codes or do a little data logging. There's plenty to be excited about with the Rebel LS.
That's so cool. I can't wait. That's just so good, guys. Oh my God, it's gonna be amazing. I'm a geek. I'm definitely a car geek. So as you can see, that's gonna be something quite intense. The computer is basically on top of its game, and it's gonna be just allowing us to do whatever we want with that. I hate the cam plan there. Hey. So yeah, so it's gonna allow us to basically get the best out of that car. It's gonna be so good. So today was an amazing day, and on that I'm gonna leave you there, guys. It's already 3:30. I've been streaming for like near 6 hours, almost a full day of work on the car. That's crazy. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the company today. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I appreciate you a lot, and I love this project. It's amazing. I'm gonna be back tomorrow morning for sure. I don't know, in the afternoon, gonna depend on my class preparation. I have a big thing to do for tomorrow, basically like a 3D scene setup to show the student. But yeah, otherwise tomorrow for sure pistons are getting assembled to their final form, and maybe if that's going great, we are going to throw them in the car, in the engine, and we will be closer to closing that actual engine. So tomorrow, that's the idea. It's going to depend, because we still need to clean them up one last time at the top in all the ring section. So it's gonna depend on how long that takes, but otherwise we should be really close to getting all the pistons in the engine. So I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, have a great night. I love you all. Bye bye.